Hopefully this is going to be coming up. Hopefully you can hear me all right. So just wait for it to load on my end. Alrighty then. Hey folks. Thanks for waiting. If you've been waiting, I know there's been a few people in this room for a little while now. Hey Riaz, how's it going? Renee, Kyra. You changed up your phone. Thank you. I like that kind of dedication. Right, then I have to admit to something. I did a tiny bit of work off stream. I had like an hour earlier that I was just trying some stuff between some calls, and so we have very minor additions. So now on the top of our flue pipe we have some little pins holding things together. So it's a small detail, but it just makes them feel a little bit more bedded in. How dare you? I'm sorry, I was genuinely conflicted about doing it. But I don't know. I thought I'd get away with it. I added another bracket up here just to hold on this one, this top book. First thing we're going to do today is building the books, so we actually have them. I also made some little plastic cutlery to go and just sort of sit down at the back here. Hey Julia, how's it going? How's it going? Is there anything else I did? No, I think that's it. So, oh wait, no, I did actually. It doesn't really change the scene, but I trimmed all of the stuff that was like behind and outside of the thing, just to clean it up, make it a little bit more presentable. All right, I have some fun ideas for today. I added some more things to my list, so we're actually up to 26 where we're starting. But yeah, I'm sure we'll get through some of them. We're going to end up with actually making cables and stuff today, so that's going to be quite an involved process, I think. Yeah. Alright, starting with the books. So, I want these to be like proper fabric bound books. How do you get your inspiration? I look at visual stuff all the time, so I follow a lot of artists on Twitter, on Instagram, and just generally like thinking in my head. I'm like obsessed with stuff. Like when I have personal projects, hey Susan. Yeah, like when I have personal projects, I get like so obsessed with them. I literally cannot think about other things. Like I don't know, I lie in bed and I can't sleep because I'm thinking about it, and then I wake up really early in the morning because I'm like so excited about working on it again. And when you spend, I don't know, however many hours awake working on something, and then it's like your dreams are kind of a little bit infused with that thing. So it's all just, yeah, your brain's just ticking over all the time. Let me just move this cabinet a little bit. Here, I think it's this one. Move this just to the left, tiny bit to get out of the way of that. It's a little bit too close. But yeah, if you need like somewhere to find quick inspirations very quickly, Pinterest is actually surprisingly good. And otherwise, yeah, Instagram, Twitter, Behance, ArtStation. And look at varied things as well. You know, I'm making a mouse house here, but you could search like fairy house or doll's house or miniature or toys or dioramas or, you know, stage design, set design, stuff like that. There's a whole world of stuff that can be influence. Do you ever dream about them? Yeah, I literally dream in nodes sometimes. Not like in nodes, but I dream that I'm building stuff with nodes. Sometimes, not every night. That would be too weird. That would be even weirder than it just happening sometimes. Let's make some books. I think I'm probably going to make the cover separately to the actual text block, the pages. So to make this, I basically just need a curve, which is something like this shape. And then I can just curve to mesh and stick a quadrilateral along it. And then, oh, Riaz, you dream of solutions to your no problems. I'm glad it's not just me. And then, yeah, I can just stick like a block inside here and that'll be fine. We don't ever really see any of the details, so it's not like we need headbands or anything like that. We can just leave it as the actual, the actual thing. So, easiest way to do this is going to be with a grid, I think. Yeah. And let's just view this. So we're just going to be working on this one module to begin with. Add a bookmark. That might be quite cool actually, because we can have them hanging out the ends. Have I written this down somewhere? The books with bookmark. Is it possible to join 2 points in geometry nodes? Like, would you be able to turn 2 planes into a cube? Not currently. No, there's no way at the moment to like loft or create faces or anything like that. So you do have to be a little bit innovative when it actually comes to making stuff. So I'm going to do this. I think this will work. Let's grab delete geometry, and I'm going to just use my node mask box so that I can delete these inside things. Hey Falk, how's it going? And you are very prompt at jumping in these streams. Why is the list longer than at the beginning? I got off the stream yesterday and was like, do you know what, this would be pretty neat if it had this thing in it. And yeah, I just ended up adding a whole bunch of things. David, how's it going? Can you request the bookmark to be the W-shaped red clothish thingy? Kyra, that is such a vague explanation. What do you mean the W-shaped red clothish thingy? Oh, using the boolean. Yeah. Not a fan of booleans. If you can avoid them, it's probably best for you. Thomas, hey, congratulations on your work. Thank you so much. It's amazing. I have a question. Do you know if it's possible to array and deform a mesh along a curve using geometry nodes? Oh, and deform. That's tricky. You can certainly array along a curve. And I know Mod on Discord had, he made an actual curve deform node group, and there is so much maths in there. Personally, I would just wait for the curve deform nodes to actually be added. I'm not sure when they'll be added, but that's probably the easiest bet. Otherwise, you're going to be doing a lot of maths to try and like work stuff. Yeah, Riaz, if you can make a curve modifier node, you go ahead. A lot of people have been asking for that recently. Right, I kind of just want to look at the points of these, so I'm just going to go mesh to points, just so I can visualize that. Not more maths. We're going to be using set position, and basically I want to compress these three down to one end towards the spine. I'm pretty desperate to actually finish this one before the end of the month. So if I do, I mean, 3 more streams on this. It's just, I know I've got to do the shaders as well. I think we can do it. I think we can get it done. I don't want to have to do stuff off stream. But yeah. Unless I'm like really behind at the end, in which case I might just like do some, maybe either like silent streams where I just work and don't talk, or do them off stream. Right, let's grab compare floats. I need to find my position based on the Y position. Oh, disable syntax highlighting. What? Hey, that's good. Thank you so much. That actually makes it a lot easier to read. Right, here we go. Input, position, separate X, Y, Z. Hey, how's it going? Good to see you too. Could you do a Pomodoro? No. Equals. Oh, okay, we're going for the Y axis. Go for equals. This is going to be our... Now let's do it all in one go. So we'll just use this as our kind of scale. I need to be scaling in the Y. So multiply, add my position. Let's take a vector math. Multiply. This can go through a map range. And this actually needs to be multiply, add. Here we go. And then combine X, Y, Z. This is going to go into a Y axis. X and Z can be 1. Let's make our epsilon a little bit bigger here. And plug this into our position. There we go. All right. These three can come together nice and close. And then also... Oh, they also want to get moved down, don't they? So let's use another map range here. Hey, Donna, how's it going? This one can go into our Y. These can be zeros for our add. And then... that could be 0. This one can move down. There we go. We also need where Y equaled 0, completely 0. These ones are going to be scaled down in the X axis to move them in. And then these ones need to move back, and then we can just scale it all. So we're grabbing these ones, a map range for 0 to 1, A combine X, Y, Z. This is in the X this time. Y and Z are 1. Add another multiply node. Join these up. And this needs to go down, something like that. Hey Manik, how's it going? Nice to see people coming through. You're working on another alien from Ben 10. Nice. For a personal project, or you're like actually one of the artists working on Ben 10? Let me grab these two ones in the back and pull these down a little bit just so that we can curve out the spine. And that's going to be an offset, so we just want to add for this one, combine X, Y, Z. Going to be moving in the Y direction, a selection based on position. Oh, we can do just in the middle. So we can grab just an equals on the X, something like this, map range, and then this is going into the Y direction. There we go. For a better procedural system, should I learn geometry nodes or Houdini? Depends. Do you need a procedural system which is integrated with Blender? Because if you do, you're going to have a better time learning Blender. Okay, there we go. That's our main book shape. Let's turn all of these into a spline. Transform. Scale these down in the X a little bit here. Oh, the back of that book is pretty chunky, isn't it? let's change this very slightly. There we go. And Aaron looks like a cute bear. This jumper, oh my god, right? This, I literally cannot explain how soft I am right now. I am so freaking soft. And the hood as well, it's huge. And then obviously I've got like a beard going on, so it's like I'm just all hair. It's actually ridiculous. I do like a good comfy jumper. And it's like, it's only just coming back into the season where onesies are like appropriate. So, hey, good evening, Nick. How's it going? Is it possible to download the node tree just to have a chance to get a high-res print maybe? Do you mean to get this on like how it is now or when it's finished? Because when it's finished, I'm definitely going to be making like there'll be a high-res screenshot for sure, and I'll also release the file on Patreon. Or I'll host it on Patreon, but it will be free and public, just like the flower shop. Yeah. So you'll definitely be able to get hold of it. Kyra, hey, just to make sure, is making everything in nodes easier or better, or do you only do that to have a challenge? Can we make everything we do here with modeling? You can definitely make most of what we do here with modeling. Some things you would find difficult, like the perfume bottle, making something like this with conventional modeling would be pretty tricky, but you can still do it. You would essentially use the same process, but it would be more destructive and more inconvenient. But certainly there's a lot of stuff in here which you can absolutely... Oh, actually, this is a bad example. The pine cone, also easier with procedural tools. What's this one? This would be easier traditionally. I would say probably 80% is easier traditional. And then maybe like some as a mix. Yeah, it's just picking the stuff that you want to do and using a bit of sort of criticality to pick whether or not you want to do the thing which is to choose whether or not it's going to be worth you putting in the time to make it procedurally, if you need that kind of flexibility, or if it's going to be just a lot easier for you to make it traditionally. Most of the time, probably traditionally. Alright, where are we looking? Can you fix GTA Trilogy Definitive Edition with geometry nodes? No, unfortunately I can only fix GTA 5 with geometry nodes. But you can always give it a shot. How is the to-do list over 25? We're up to 26. It's just like to-do list. It's like the scale of the to-do list has changed. So before it was like model the wall, model the floor, and now it's things like add a piece of wire to the back of the chair. Where did you end up putting the paperclip? I haven't done the paperclip yet. It's going to go. So I'm literally just like so childish, but I'm going to make like a pair of earphones, like headphones with a cable. So that's going to be the clothesline, and I'm going to paperclip some like tiny little mouse pants, like underwear, to the clothesline. I think that would be cute. And it's like so ridiculous because obviously mice don't wear clothes. So I'm going to do that. That's where the paperclip is going to go. Right, let's keep tweaking this. This would certainly be easier with traditional modeling to do this one. There we go, something like that. So you made a curve, a spline from these points. Can you bevel another curve along it now? Yeah, that's how I'm going to do this, is basically beveling a quadrilateral along this to turn it into a like the book cover. I guess I missed it if you explained, but why are you not following all the prompts of November every day, but making one in the long run? So to begin with, I was doing them every day, and then I got ill, so then I made the flower shop to like catch up, rolled them all together. But then I also realized that I learned a lot more doing the flower shop, and I also like got more out of it for myself. And also I was able to release something that other people could use, and learn from. So for me, doing these bigger projects is kind of more valuable. So yeah, that's the only reason I'm doing it in this way, as opposed to trying to do every single prompt. It just lets me like spend a little bit more time and actually work on a project, rather than doing kind of like half a project each time. Blender is the worst and best at the same time. Mice also don't build houses for themselves. They repurpose, which is essentially what we're doing here. We're just taking nodes and upcycling them. Curve. Mesh to curve. Now if I make this into a bezier, is it going to get really loopy? Or even a NURBS? Oh, NURBS definitely no. Bezier. That's probably too much, isn't it? Hey, Alex, how's it going? Yes, the Game Boy from the plane. Ridiculous. Everybody loves that one. I think so many people didn't even realize that it was a shader. Like, you really need, when you post these things, Nugget, to just write this is a shader on a plane, because you've reached a point where people just don't even believe it. All right. Just not with interior design. Are we going to get a full package of geometry nodes? You can already get the current one, which has like 89, 90, wait, maybe 92 nodes. So this is like the one for 3.0 and above. So I would get that. Maybe I should just subdivide that. Maybe that's going to be better. Mesh, subdivision surface. No, definitely worse. Right, let's maybe just... We'll stick a resample curve on. No, we'll stick a subdivide curve on. And then we'll go curve to mesh, and we'll just see where we go with this. See how it comes out once we've actually got a bevel on it. Go quadrilateral. And I may have to do some fixing. So we're going to go with 2mm or 3mm thickness. It's probably... Oh, actually, I'm going to have to pretend I'm not working to scale here and just do it. Eyeball it and then scale it afterwards. Alright, and the height should be a little bit lower. And we also want to shade, flat shade. Alright, so now we can get the subdivision surface on, and hopefully it won't mess things up too bad. Joy, that's not good. Hey Sahel, how's it going? It's been so long. Right, curve, fillet curve. Oh, that's too much. 0.0, 0.01, something like that. Bring the crease value up. Yeah, but it was... Wait, let me just mute that one. If I do that, then that's going to crease everything, and I don't really want it to crease. I just want it to like be beveled along the top edge, which actually that does a pretty good job of. Maybe I should only put... No, that's probably fine. Like a fake bevel. It's pretty close. I mean, I'm just going to use that bevel actually directly from the... Oh god. From the fillet curve. Alright, I need a little bit of... I need some more length on these. These points need to be extended. So we can just transform those. Actually, I can... Yeah, right, let's just grab equals in the y greater than some amount. And then this can just be used on a vector math as the scale. And then plug this into our offset. Move this in the positive Y. And there we go. Cool. That's doing adequately. What is the time bar over the nodes? If you have a recent build from the last 2 days of 3.1 alpha, you can stick the, you can turn on timings in your node overlays. How iPads can handle 5 million plus birds, but your PC chokes up. So true. I guess it's because when you're designing software for an Apple product, you have a very limited number of options that you have to actually cater to, compared to for a PC when it's just like anything goes. There we go, something like that is probably fine. Now I just need a little text block. So for this we can just add a cube. Maybe you should also stick a shader bevel in. No, because if you use a shader bevel, you can't use optics. So you go from having like 20-second renders to having 5-minute renders, because CUDA is ass. Is there an official release date for 3.0? It's aiming for the 3rd of December. But it has been delayed before. I think it was originally intended for August, wasn't it? Yeah, AO and Bevel, they're shader, they're CUDA only. Alright, cube. Let's just join this one up directly. Will that be an LTS release? It will not be an LTS release. The next LTS release I think is 3.3. And then after that should be 3.7, is that right? Let's just move this up a little bit. And I do want to make it kind of booky, so let's pull it in the middle as well. Maybe just one vert actually. Geometry, set position. We can use the same thing over here, so equals in the X, here we go. This can be in just my selection. Pull this one down in the Y, and then we can subdivide. How did you model that only using geometry nodes? Oh, let me show you the whole scene. So this whole thing has been made just with geometry nodes. We're getting somewhere with it. We've got to add a lot of stuff today. I've got some really fun ideas for the... so we're going to have like a ring main, like a thick electrical cable, like you have in houses, right? Because this is supposed to be inside the wall. And then it's going to be... So I need to drill a hole up here, maybe have a couple of cables. But then one of them is going to be like gnawed, because, you know, mice always gnaw cables. And then that's how we're going to splice in the fairy lights. So we're going to have to like find a way of getting the end of the fairy lights to like twist, like just twist the connections. And we can do some stuff with like copper, twisted copper. And then, yeah, so that's going to be fun. That's how we're going to power our lighting, is by splicing directly into the ring main. So, yeah, that's going to be fun. All right. The viewer is doing so good. Nice. So glad. Yeah, Riaz made an index viewer, so you can actually view geometry indices, which is amazing. Works really well as well. I had a little play with it last night. Matthew Monad. Yeah, pixel marker. This is just what I do. I just make stuff with geometry nodes that is completely unnecessary. All right. Let's get rid of this. And I need to actually, rather than doing it this way, we're going to take a math node on our X position. We're going to absolute multiply by 2, because that's going to get us back up to the 0 to 1 in both directions, and then power. This is going to allow us to give us a little bit of a curve. And then this can be, oh, this needs to go through another multiply. And then this can be a Y offset, like this. There we go. So let's make this a little bit bigger. Oh, do you know what? Maybe we need to... Oh no, this is fine. Maybe I need more vertices. Something like that. Cool, good stuff. Scale this up a little bit less. Move it back slightly. Oh man, it feels so good to work at this like larger scale where sliders are actually useful. Alright. These come back slightly more actually, and we can scale this up in the Y again a little bit further, and we want to come down on that multiply. There we go, something like that should be fine. Alright, let's make it the right height in the Z-axis. All of these books are going to be scaled anyway, so I'm not stressing too much about this. That's a really big gap, isn't it? Yeah, 0.00000001. That's literally what it's been like this whole time. I don't think we'll ever see that. We're only going to see it from quite low angles. Maybe I need to add another one which is just kind of scaled down a little bit. Let's grab this and join it. Move this one back a little bit and just scale it in slightly. There we go. Nice. I know that's a bit janky, but it fills in alright. I'm happy with that. Cool. 35 seconds per frame. Yeah, it's so funny because it's like, oh, 35 seconds is actually a really quick render. But as soon as you're doing an animation that has like 200 frames, that's not quick enough. Alright, book kind of done. Oh, do you know what? Maybe we can turn back on Shade Smooth. I think we can get away with that. And I need 2 materials. So I need one for my cover and one for my text block. Input material, set material. We go grab 2 of these. Add a few more materials in here. So we have book covers and book paper. Let's do this. Book cover. High roughness. We'll make it like a fabric bound one, so we'll give it some nice textures later on. And book paper. Pages 8 minutes per frame. Oh my god. Is that what it's like for you? You have the patience of a saint if you're rendering animations with that. To be fair, I always used to... when I used to render on a really bad laptop, I would just leave stuff going overnight, and it was like 4 or 5 hours for like single frames. Terrible. I think I also didn't know anything about optimization or how many samples you needed, and this was also before denoisers. So, Eric, you could use a string to curves to write text on that. I actually have some. Here they are, my bright orange frames, so I wouldn't lose them. So we've got the cheddar in the rye bread. This is our first book, and I need to find a way to get it to stick down the back cover. Let's go and stick this over here. 0 bounces aside from transparency. Yeah, Cycles X is incredible. It's made it so much easier to work. Alright, so that's one book. I need 3 books. And each one has its own title. Can you use the small tree from the flower shop in my scene? Of course you can. You are welcome to steal anything you want from that. Help yourself. Alright, yeah, so this is our main book. We can just scale this into different sizes. And then I need to make it the same size as this one, which is so small. Alright, transform. Actually, I can pull this one out. Alright, so this is our main book. And I need... Let's actually just join it all up here. Cool. Always good to see I'm working to scale. Let's bring these down. Oh, this is a really thick one, this one. Gonna come up a little bit. Can use all of these same nodes actually for the positioning. That should be fine. In like that. And out like that. There we go. Alright. Let's make this a little bit narrower. It's probably definitely too much. 0.12. And then we can just move this sideways a little bit. Still needs a little bit of scaling down. And a little bit down here. Don't know if I'm going to have enough space to write the catcher in the rye bread. Maybe this one should be waiting for Gouda. Here we go. So I just need to make sure that I can just actually add another one of these to align my x-axis on the right hand side to our target, which I can do as a single point curve. Let's just use a vertex node like this. So innocent and childlike. I will be adding some like kind of probably not like accurate textures, not like physically accurate, but they should be exactly 0.26. Yeah, they should still be quite kind of cartoony. It's basically just to add some definition as we build up the NPR stuff. All right. Let's move this back slightly. Oh wait. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. 0.1, 0.1, 0.15. Just going to be positioning these very slightly. What? I know I keep saying this, but I really just need to have controls in the 3D viewport. Like, click on a transform and it just finds the bounding box center for whatever geometry is coming through it, and gives you a multi-transform gizmo. That's what we need. Just saves so much time. Can't wait till Aaron adds more spikes. We're not adding more spikes. This is a friendly scene. We're definitely like trying to channel some of that kids book illustrations. Like the, is it Jill Berklam from the Brambley Hedge ones. Let's make this, I want to make it slightly bigger, 0.17, something like that, maybe a little bit less tip top. There we go. Friendly spikes. I mean, we may at some point add some like more pencils or something like that. So maybe that's our friendly spikes. I'm watching the stream at 0.5 times speed. You're going to be there for a little while. Alright. So, before we actually do all of our alignment, I need to stick some text on here. It's a shame that there's no extrude, because I could really do with extruding the text so it has like solidified. Let's join this on. So we've got our things. We're going to fill curves with triangles, and then we're going to transform these to stick them in the right place. Do I also do freelance or work for a company? I do a bit of freelance, and I'm trying to cut it back. I'm trying to end up in a place where I can support myself entirely from products, courses, and ultimately just make my own artwork. That would be the goal, that would be the dream. I think it's probably quite unlikely that I will reach a point where I can just do art, but that's kind of, I'm taking advantage of my quite comfy situation at the moment to just kind of focus on doing this for maybe like a year or something. Yeah, so if I get to the end of this year, like basically November next year, and I can't support myself, then I will probably look for a studio. It's also made with nodes, yeah. What am I doing? Gotta raycast this. Geometry, raycast at the book. And then we can set position. A year in Provence. Provolone? What is your main income? At the moment, it's actually courses and my toolkit. I guess I've got since March when I released my toolkit, I've made about $10,000 on just selling the toolkit. Provolone is an Italian cheese. All right, we can go with that. That's actually pretty funny. You sent 3D text notes. Oh, well, I can do it that way as well. It's just like, I don't really want to... It's so janky. I just want an extrude. I'm just being spoiled, that's all. A year in Provolone. Nice, that's funny. Feel free to drop more cheese puns in the chat. They're always fun. Set position. Hey, boring login name. How's it going? Thanks for dropping by again. Right, I need to join these two up. So geometry, join geometry. And then we can actually look at sticking this in the right place. Definitely not in the right place at the moment. Realize instances. That's going to help. And where it's definitely in the wrong place. Maybe we align mesh by mesh. Just bring this down. What is this connected to? So utilities, align mesh by mesh. It's going to be X centered, and we can size this way down. There we go. Also need to rotate in the x-axis and in the y-axis. Here we go, 90 degrees, 90 degrees. That's all centered. And so in theory, if I shoot this in the right direction, oh, and I need to move it back as well, so it can go in positive y, and we need to move it down quite a long way. There we go. And then I just want to offset it, minus 0.001. There we go, waiting for Gouda. Right, text should definitely be foil, like gold foil, and the book is already textured, so that's fine. Maybe we make this a little bit bigger. Is it not? Oh, maybe it also needs subdividing. Yeah, some of them are not very high res. That's alright, we'll just add another millimeter. Or two. There we go. Gouda is Gouda. Material, set material, here we go. Book cover, book pages, book foil. And we can randomize whether it's gold or silver, or maybe we can't, I'm not sure. No, because we've realized it, so it should all just be one thing. That should be fine. How does the align mesh by mesh work without a target? It assumes 0, 0, 0. If you don't plug anything in, it takes that as being just the world center. But yeah, it's just working on bounding boxes, essentially aligning bounding boxes, bounding box limits. So this is going to be metallic, kind of goldish. Maybe we go for a different gold. Yeah, that's pretty enough. Roughness is fine. And shade smooth, mesh, set shade smooth. All right, nice. So that's fine. What a strange project. Hopefully this looks alright once it's all stuck together. Oh, that's a problem, isn't it? It gets compressed with the book. Maybe I need to do the book size first and then do my rotation and position afterwards. That would make sense. Then rotation can be 0. This can all be 1. I can go down there. We just need to make this a little bit smaller now. Nice. It's all coming together. Minus 90. There we go. A little bit more readable. And I just need to set my offset way lower. 0.01. There we go. A cheese made of mozzarella and... oh my god. Italians. I cannot... Italian and Polish, there's just two languages which are so hard for me to work out how to pronounce stuff. Polish especially. So confusing. Like, is it CH or is it a CC? Like, what's going on there? Alright, that's book number 1. We need one more, two more books. Basically the same process, so I'm just going to duplicate these and we can set some different positions and locations. Procedural. What? There's just like CZ, and then you've got accents over consonants, which I don't understand, and then SZ. It's so different to the way that we like build our words in English. I literally cannot read it. Well, obviously I can't understand it, but I find it so difficult to like even pronounce people's names. I always put myself in a awkward situation. Polish isn't polished. That's funny. The Catcher in the Brie. We have the Catcher in the Rye bread, so that's going to be our the one that's up here. That's a little bit bigger. So we've got Waiting for Cuda, and then we've got the this one is going to be that one that we just got told. A Year in Provolone. Swedish. I think Swedish is way easier than like Eastern European languages. Speedway GP. Svenska är inte svårt. I don't really understand any of those accents either, like the circle ones. How do you pronounce those? Right, A Year in Provolone. Hopefully we can fit that all in one. It should be fine. I can drop this one. What about Arabic? Alright, no, not a chance. Good evening from Warsaw. Oh, hey, Paul. We want to be working a little bit higher up here, so we can get rid of this align mesh. We can just be transforming for this one. Oh wait, I literally have a transform right there. You did a decent job of the Swedish, thank you. My sister actually went to Sweden for a year, not a year, what are we talking about? For like a month, or maybe just over. But she was in like north Sweden with an orchestra. Is it 0.26? Is that, or is it 0.3? Oh, pretty close. Let's bring this down a little bit here. 0.29. I need to make sure that at least the top is in like exactly the same. So maybe we actually just scale this slightly down in the X, 0.085, 0.08. Italian is phonetically constant. Does this mean that it reads how you pronounce it, how you read it? I have no idea how people learn English. It blows my mind when I see people language learning alone is hard enough, and then learning a language like English, which is completely arbitrary how we say anything, it's just crazy. Alright, come back a little bit. It's probably fine. English was hard. I guess at least it's quite widespread. It's quite easy to get exposure to it. Oh right, that's not working because of my vector. Right, let's get the same offset from the wall here. Where is this one? This one is minus 0.261. There we go. And I just need to align on the other edge of it. Something like that. Awesome. So the floor pretty much lines up. It's actually pretty close. Maybe we just go one more touch. And you can speak 4 languages. I can speak English and American, and that's about it. 0.0842. 8. Oh no, I just reset the whole node. Did not mean to do that. English is hard to begin, but easy to master. That's like such an odd direction to go in. We'll go with that. That's fine. It still kind of lines up on the bottom. This bracket, maybe... Do you want to come forward a little bit? Maybe we can just chop this down a little bit. 0.11. 0.1. It's probably the way. Fluent in English and shader nodes. Truer words there never were. Right, let's go to this one. Yes. Cool. Right, now we have a book instead of a platform, so that's fun. This one is all pretty good, except from that one it gets cut off. I wonder if maybe I can just subdivide these curves and it will give me a little bit more curvature. Oh, that's way better. Quite a lot slower, but I'll take it. And this, I guess, means that we can drop this right down to like 1. Or not. There we go. That's pretty good. Alright, I guess let me do that the same for the one above. And again, Control C, Control V, nice. Alright, one more book. We will add a, actually I'll just do it now, book, cover. Let's just find an object info node, go for random. These are definitely different objects, yes. Nope, that's worrying. Why are they the same? A mouse shouldn't be that hard to add. I'm gonna add the tails, but I can't add the whole thing. I don't think I can actually make a whole mouse. I do think that's like legitimately beyond me, making like characters nodally. I think I need to instance the covers to make them different, or maybe just I can instance one of them or something. Okay, there we go. So strange. There we go. At least they're different now. This can actually just be 1D. And we can put this through a color ramp because this needs to be setting between like blue, red and green. Actually, maybe because I've only got 3 books, so I want each one to be either blue, red or green. So I can just do it this way. Constant distribute stops from left and go blue. Somewhere around here. Go green. Probably something in here. And red as well. When do you want it to be finished? It's not going to be finished today, I'm sorry. It's going to take a long time. It would be interesting to see how you tackle fur. Because of the style I'm going for, I think I'm going for quite an illustrative, sort of hand-drawn, watercolour, pencil kind of look. If I did do anything with fur that wasn't a shader, I would probably just do cards, instance loads of cards on it, which had a sort of rake texture. Yeah, exactly, working the shader. Alright, so there's 2 books. Let's add a third. Actually, let me check the UV map on the textures. let's make a hairless mouse. That would be funny. Little naked mole rat. UV map. Here we go. UV underscore map. I think that's actually going to work alright. Texture. Oh, I should do it properly. So separate XYZ. Like this. Looks like the X is the right one, so we can just multiply this by a high number. Put it through sine. And then put that through a mix RGB. And we can just set this to burn a kind of pretty pale white, slightly yellow white colour. Through colour bed, it should be showing up nicely. Something like that. It's probably fine. Base colour, there we go, specular low. Nice. Just so it looks kind of like it's got some pages going on. Nothing too fancy. Maybe we just really quickly add some rough grid to the surface. Optics has been working with bevel and AO for a year now. Really? In master? Or do you have to patch for that? D9733. Does it work in Cycles X though? Because whenever I turn on a bevel node, it recomputes shaders and then it goes really slow. Or it says it's loading render kernels and then it goes really slow. I just assumed it was loading the CUDA module so that it could run bevel like alongside. Oh, is that what you mean? Because it's not actually optics doing the calculation for bevel and AO, is it? It does actually have to load CUDA, which is just essentially unworkably slow, relatively speaking. Like relative to optics, once you're used to optics, there's almost no way to do that. And for Cycles X as well. I gotta check these out. Interesting. And this was merged into master in June. I've definitely used bevel since then, and it's been really slow. How bizarre. How bizarre. Wait, so input. Right, let me turn on my viewport overlays. Input bevel, and now it immediately says loading render kernels may take a few minutes the first time. And it's not lying. Yoy. You can draw faster. Yeah, like literally get the oil paints out. All right. Usually that means it's crashed. I think it's still, oh, there we go. Do you know what? It's still actually rendering fairly quick. Oh, and actually then it slows down a lot. I don't know. I gotta do some tests. Here you are with an AMD card. Been streaming for like a week straight. I have, yeah, it's because this scene is taking me a little while. I don't know. I'm also really enjoying streaming. It's just really nice to like hang out and work rather than, you know, do on your own. Also like really motivates you to do more. Right, if I grab we don't have any coordinates, so I'm going to just do this with the generated, or the object. Object should be fine. Vector math, scale. Wow. I'm really surprised that it takes the rotation in. Maybe this is because I'm rotating after an instance node. Oh, sorry, after a mesh to instance node. Yeah, for sure. Okay, keep stuff as instances. That saves you loads of time in the shader. Let's grab a fraction. Like that, that'll be fine. And then we can do, oh, do you know what would be even easier? Let's just use a Voronoi and turn off the random texture, Voronoi texture, object coordinates, 3D. Looking at distance, we can turn this nice and high, turn down the randomness, turn this up even higher. Something like that, 1,000, wow. Blendering is an expensive hobby. Yeah, as soon as you start getting deep into 3D, it's like, I don't know, you so quickly suddenly realize that you can justify in your head spending like £2,000 on a new graphics card. It's like, oh yeah, well it will save me like 20 hours. No, should not. I was literally looking at those, like, you know, like the really commercial ones. I have no idea why. There's absolutely no way I can be dumping that kind of cash on a graphics card. Aaron, try pronouncing everything in French for an entire stream. Do you mean just like putting on a French accent? Which I cannot do because I'm English and we butcher every accent. Also my French, like my school French, is so bad. Because obviously everybody in England, we're really close to France. So you learn French at school. You learn French. I don't know what it was about my trying to learn French or trying to learn languages as a kid. I think it's because I didn't really know English as a language. I feel like I need to explain that. So I speak English obviously, but I never understood things like grammar. I just used it, right? I can write well, I can speak all right, and then it's like, as soon as you start learning French and they're like, oh yeah, and this one's like pluperfect, and it's like, what is pluperfect? I have no context for this. So I think for me, I think I'm probably at a position now as an adult that I can learn French, or I can learn a language. But when I was 11 or 12, I had nowhere near enough context to actually be able to do that. Alright, something like this. That looks kind of, not great. Oh wait, maybe we use distance to edge instead of F1. And we go the other way. There we go. Oh, that's better. Nice. The grammar. Yeah, I have no idea how languages are really formed, but I think now if I was to actually sit down and read a book on them, I think I'd probably actually be able to understand it, at least a little bit. So maybe I should have another go. I think I just got put off so much from learning languages at school. It's just like, oh, I can't learn languages. Alright, factor into the height, because this is a foil pressed one. Distance. Duolingo, really? Is that actually good? You're learning French at the moment. Interesting choice. Why French? Oh, because of Canada. That makes sense. Something like this will do. Bonsoir. Bonsoir, ça va? Let me make the text maybe a little bit smaller. Oh no, it's all right. You got to do more than Duolingo if you're serious. There's a really good website that lets you actually talk to native speakers. I cannot remember the name of it, but that might be good. The book could even have an old oil liquid look. Oh, the like dip dyed, not dip dyed. Oh, what's it called when you like float oil, float color inks on top of water and then you dip paper in it? I'm completely blanking, but yeah, I think I know what you mean. All right. Ça va bien, merci. Oui, oui. Right, I need to add a bookmark. We said we were going to do that. So I will add a third book in a moment. Let's add the bookmark first to this one. Oh, Hello Talk, is that the one? Awesome. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to get a language tutor in the new year because I'm so keen to learn a language. I just really feel like I've reached a stage in my life where I need to learn another language. I really should just learn C++ if I'm going to learn a language, but I think I should learn a human language instead. So we're gonna try. I need a quadratic Bezier. Maybe a Bezier segment would look better. Hydro dipping, yes, but that's what you do for like car wheels, isn't it? I've literally done this on books. I have books that I made that are like floated. Learn French or German. I love the sound. Oh yeah, I was thinking of marbling. Thank you. Thanks Jazz and Wave. Thank you. German is I really like the sound of German. I took German for a year at school and I learnt more German in that year than I learnt in French in 5 years. So much easier. Learn Python and write add-ons for Blender. That sounds like a good use of my time. I kind of want this book to actually be a little bit taller. So we're actually going to go and tweak that. Nice and easy for us to tweak because we've got it all aligning to meshes. Align mesh to mesh. So it's all going to hold itself. Nice. All right. Ribbon time. Alex, you would be so well suited to making add-ons. You should definitely do it. Like your GeoSim one. Just really solid. So helpful for larger projects. Yeah, well, were you there when Dre's was showing us Serpents? Is it Serpents? The node-based add-on maker? That just seems like a really, really good one to learn. Really opens things up to you. All right. This one. BPY is very beginner friendly. Alex, if you want a challenge, or not really a challenge, if you want to make an add-on that makes it so that you can right click on a vector in geometry nodes, and then on the context menu it says use 3D cursor position, and it will just automatically load the 3D cursor position into that vector. I need that functionality so bad. I need it. It would save me so much time. Josh, oh hey. No, wait, do you develop with Serpens or do you develop Serpens? That's so funny. Right, let's just copy all of these down and I can just position them relatively that way. Into this one. Bottom. Cool Bones, how's it going? You're the dev behind Serpens. That's crazy. So Dre's on our Discord server was doing like he does a talk every week, and 2 weeks ago he was talking about using Serpens because he's made a bunch of add-ons for his own workflow that use Serpens, and he was giving a tour of how to use it, and I've just been like desperate to find a way to start using it, find a reason to start using it. It looks so useful. So amazing work. Thank you so much for making that. For people who don't know, it allows you to make add-ons and like compile an actual add-on for out to use nodes. I can't exactly remember how it works, but it's basically you build Python add-ons with nodes, and you can compile like your zip at the end, your Python, whatever, and then you can share that, and the other people who need it don't have to have serpents to use your add-ons. You can get a link to the Discord if you look in the description. It should be right there. Right. If I move this down a little bit, don't want to go too far. And we want to move this one out slightly in the X. Ooh, not too far though. Maybe just to 0. And then this handle also needs to go out to 0. Something like that should be fine. Oh yeah, that's fine. Awesome. Make it a bit more user-friendly for people who don't know too much about Python. Awesome. Yeah, that's great. For people like me who are like afraid of programming, add-ons like that are just such a lifesaver. Because they still let you do stuff like, you know, come up with useful workflow add-ons for your workflow. Like, and for if you're a solo artist and you're not working as part of a larger pipeline, but you're still wanting to create larger projects, being able to make your own add-ons is just invaluable. Right, I need curve tilt. Set curve tilt. It's on sale, is it? At the moment, is it part of the Black Friday sale? So set curve tilt and then curve parameter. Do something like that. I can just hit multiply add on here, just so we can have a little bit of a twist. And still have the add so that we can set it perfectly to line up. And then we can have, you've heard of serpents before, but not much. Yeah, Dre's and Stephen Scott, they both use it a lot, I think. Stephen Scott's made a video on it on his YouTube. Curve to mesh. Allows you to better control node group inputs and outputs. I noticed an add-on called Node Switcher on the Blender Market sale today. I didn't actually have a look at it, but that just made me think of it when you say that, Alex. Curve to mesh. Very simple, just quadrilateral. We have a very diverse interest group. Right, width on here, 0.008, I think, and the height can be 0.001. Gonna get a bit of a twist on here. And we need to add so that we can get it coming out of the pages actually straight. And actually that's a little bit too wide, 0.005 maybe better. Cool. Alright, so this actually is going to be a little bit pushed this way, this one's going to be pushed a little bit back, and a little bit down, minus 0.15. Should you give the 3D cursor thing a shot? If you can come up with an add-on, I will pay you. It's what I've been needing so much recently. Alright, let me also just stick a node group on here. I think you could learn a lot of coding quite easily from your current skills. Live coding exploration. I think I would have to get up to a certain degree of competence, because at the moment, if you say something like declaration, I would be lost. I don't really even understand what that is. I don't really understand the structure of code. Like, even the really foundational fundamentals, I don't understand. I have so much to learn. Last person to make the 3D rotten, the 3D cursor add-on is a rotten egg. I support that comment. Where is the end of this? Oh, no, that's right. What? This is very strange. Let me maybe resample the curve. Okay, seems to work better if it's resampling. The 3D thing is coming. The gizmo thing is coming. That would be good, Eric. For the, I mean, the gizmo thing would be incredible, but also just like being able to copy the 3D cursor location immediately, like right click, copy cursor location, because that would just be, you know, direct into these. I can just be like, oh, I want to put something right here, and then you can drop something in like that. Recently found the concept of creative coding. Oh yeah, no, I follow a creative coding page on Facebook. I was actually invited to talk at a creative coding like festival in Croatia, and I had to explain to them that I didn't know how to do any coding, and they were just like, "What? But you're doing all of this stuff." It's like, yeah, no, I'm so sorry. I'm actually a fraud. It was very embarrassing. I mean, nice to be asked. 0.005, 0.003, there we go. Oh, really? Well, whenever I talk to people about not knowing coding, they're always like, yeah, well, you just look it up on Stack Exchange. Like, nobody knows how to code, you just know how to copy and paste from Stack Exchange. Like, is that true? Is that how it actually works? It's pretty funny if it is. Alright, maybe this should stick out a little bit further actually. Something like that is fine. Alright. Since it's a global variable. Ah, okay. The smarter option. Right, this is fine. I need to add a red material to this because we want it to be a red silk page thing. You still need to know what to copy. Yeah, that's so true, because I've tried very briefly to write some Python stuff last year, and people were like, oh, it's fine, you just look it up on Stack Exchange. And I had to look on Stack Exchange, and somebody was like explaining an answer, and I was just like, what? I have no way of understanding what you're saying here. Ludicrous. It's really like humbling when you try and learn something new, especially when you're so sort of entrenched in learning, in using a tool that you know like very intimately, and then you go and try and get a new skill and it's like, wow, actually I am really thick. Get red fabric. I've heard that you can actually just add checkbox inputs. Yeah, you can in BPY. There's an add-on, the Blender Global, what is it? It's like a shader making add-on. Yeah, a lot of people really love Python. I guess because it's a little bit more human than like C++. Red fabric. There we go, something like that. Maybe a little bit darker. Alright, let's get that third book on the go. Just copy this one down. Control-Shift-D. And we'll join this one up. And this one, Coding Train. Yeah, I think I've actually watched some of his videos. 26. That should be fine. We're still in the right place here. We're going to set this to 90, which is fine. And the Z location can just come up a little bit. Align Z. Let's actually just add another one of these vertex nodes. So align to the top surface of this, which is going to be 0.45. There we go. Line Z. Oh, we could totally do this with one. One node, there we go, awesome. Dan should sometimes take a page from your book and be a bit more chill. I don't know, you have to balance it though. Some people react really well to being, you know, motivated by hyper excited people. So I don't know. I think maybe mine can be a little bit laid back, a little bit like too laid back sometimes. I think people probably do want a little bit more motivation. 0.2 is too big, 0.18. Oh, that's actually very close. Is this also the perfect thickness? Oh my god. Incredibly lucky. So now we can just delete that original placeholder book from up here. And I need to set each of these books to be a different colour. What was the third one? We've got a year in Provolone. Oh, the Catcher in the Rye Bread, which I need a line break. I need this to be on 2 lines. String. Oh, text, sorry. Special characters. The line break. And then we just need a couple of string nodes. Join string. Oh, and then an attribute node. Alright, so we need the catcher. Maybe this one can be block capitals. The catcher. No, the cheddar. In. And then a line break, and then the rye bread. Whoever came up with this one is a genius. There we go. Centered, and oh, we need a different font for sure. This one wants to be like a sans. Oh, we know serif font. It's just JavaScript syntax, but without the weirdness of JavaScript. Maybe this one. First one I came to. So make it a little bit bigger. Oh my god, that was too big. Too much bigger. Line spacing is way too big. Make this slightly bigger again. There we go, something like that is fine. The cheddar and the rye bread. Funny, right. This is fine. This is all fine. I need to just move down that bottom bracket because it's clipping into the book. That red material needs to have its roughness turned up a little bit. Here we go. This one is not that one. this one. All right. 0.215 is too low. 0.217 should be about right. Okay. C++ is not as crazy as it used to be 10 or 20 years ago. Do they change programming languages? Doesn't that break stuff? I always assumed that a programming language just kind of came out and then that was it. That's like kind of blown my mind to think that they change programming languages. What do you do when they change the language though and your code no longer works? Sounds like it would be a real pain in the ass. Control J. These ones are our books. And we can color these as well. Color. Oh, they usually attempt to make it backwards compatible. Right. Okay, who's up next? So that's all of our books. We've actually finished making the books at last. So now I want to make some bubble bath. Oh wait, string support for the top book. Yeah, true. You press the fix errors button, if only. Oh, I'm not going to make a computer mouse. I'm going to... I think there's going to be so much going on, and it's going to be a slightly difficult size for actually fitting in here. Oh, I still need to move the chest of drawers, which is here. There we go. Alex. Right then. So we're going to have some string that hangs down from the ceiling. I guess I need to put it into a bent nail or something, so it's like hanging. And I need that to be front and back. But otherwise it can just be a quadrilateral, generally speaking. So let's find a bit of space. Let's grab a curved primitive quadrilateral, transform, and it wants to be pretty small, like 0.2 by 0.2, something like that. Is the thimble a light? At the moment it's just a thimble, but I don't know. I thought it was going to catch some nice lights. Maybe we could like turn it the other way up and put something in it, like it's a little vase or something. String lights, yeah. Kind of like Christmas fairy lights instead though, like the red, blue, green, red ones with the special shape. Well, we've already made them in the first session. So I just need to find a way of actually attaching them to... Well, I need to get in a power supply and then I need to work out how to do it. Because the difficult thing is that each light is wired in series. So they need to basically have like the main wire, which is twisted. And then every so often, one side of the twist needs to come up and join inside a light. And I think this is going to be really difficult. But we will work it out. And then over the kitchen we can just like hang some mushrooms and some like rosemary or something. I think that might be quite nice. Alright, let's continue here. Join this up like so. And so that we can see it, we need to actually turn it into a mesh. Curve to mesh. Curve circle. I will put on a more complex profile in a moment. This is just so that we actually get a good look at what's going on. Z 0.4. And then we need to rotate it in the y-axis 90 degrees. Okay. move up a little bit more. I might actually align this one to the roof, just because it's going to be... Actually, I might align it to a couple of places, just so that I can get the... Oh, thank you. The transforms done that way. So we're going to go attribute. No, we're not. We're going to go utility, align mesh by mesh. And then we're going to create a vector. So generate vertex. And then this is going to be, it's going to be aligned to the lowest and the lowest. Yeah, so we'll go under the bottom of the book here, which is here. And then the lowest Y is going to be this one. So we can do Y and Y, there we go. So now we have this nicely joined up. Yeah, we need the Queen Suzanne stamp on the wall, exactly. Wow, that was well remembered. Yeah, and we need to remember to lock in the normals so that we can like reapply normals in the shader. Okay, so our width can actually go up. What's our height doing? Just needs to wrap around the book a little bit. I really need to set different bevel radiuses as well at different places. Need some spikes on the stamp. The stamp actually is going to have a serrated edge, so that should sort you out. Let's get this up to the ceiling. Come on, a little bit less. Oh, it's so difficult to get this exactly how you want it when it's all going quite slowly. 0.25, 0.27. Oh, that's pretty close. 0.26. That'll do. Alright, so I want these top 2 points, which are actually the right hand 2 points, I think. Oh wait, no, we'll do it after the rotate. Geometry. Actually, we can even do it after the align, so we're actually working in real space. Set position. I need to... Oh wait, no, I will do it on the original one, just so I can scale towards 0. That's just going to save me a little bit of maths. So, input position, vector math, multiply onto our position, set these all to 1, and we need to be picking the top ones, so vector separate x, y, z, compare float on the z, greater than like 0.5, and we can then actually just do this here, so this is going to be in the y direction, like 0.8 or something like that, just so it's... Oh, that's weird. Oh, sorry, greater than 0. There we go. Bring this in slightly. Nice. I need to bevel that corner as well. That's not going to work for me right now. Curve, fillet curve. I need to set a specific radius for this one corner. So I need index is equal to index, here we go, where the index is equal to some specific value, this is going to be my radius, so multiply by that mask, this goes into the radius, everything is 0 except from one of the corners, which is not the right one. Should be number 3. There we go. It's pretty close. Go poly and increase that slightly. I kind of want there to be a second point here. It's just very slightly further forward. How would I do that? I need to subdivide it and then I need to move like 1 point. So curve, subdivide, curve. This can now be number 6. And we need to move number 5 down. So set position, index equals 5, selection here. Move this one down a little bit. Oh, that's pretty close. Minus 0.12. Are there any other things that the copy cursor location? In the that's the only one that I've thought of that I have basically been constantly thinking like, damn, that would be really, really useful to have. Just because it's something which is actually like, you can almost use it all the time, just being like, let me just check that location. Because the 3D cursor is so useful. Not enough people use it, especially people coming from other software that they're not used to 3D cursors in like Maya or Cinema 4D. It's actually such a good tool to get used to. Oh, nice, there we go. Let's now move this whole thing into position. Transform. Well, the transform gizmo, yeah, I don't think that would be possible as an add-on because you need it to do so much checking, like finding the bounding box for everything coming in, finding the center of that, and then giving you a multi-input gizmo, and then linking those gizmos back to your inputs. I think that would be probably a little bit trickier. What's the mouse version of mice and man? Maybe literally just the other way, like men and mice. Let's get this rotated slightly. See if I can just do this afterwards, all my alignment stuff. That would save me a bit of time. Here we go. That's pretty good. All right. Let's maybe make this a little bit less rotated, maybe like 5. And we'll just move it sideways, 0.04. Good. And I kind of want to move it down very slightly, so we'll come down just a millimeter. All right. Need to make, actually from the camera that's probably, don't need a more complex profile in there. We do need something on the ceiling just to hold these points. I don't think drawing pins will quite cut it. I would really like to add a knot and some like tails on the knot. When's the ETK video out? I've got to finish editing it. It's a really long video, so it's also not very interesting because it's not like a project. It's quite, like normally when I edit a video, I can actually like intellectually follow along with it. But because the ETK video is just like, here is this node and here is this node and here is this node, it's kind of 2 hours of just demonstration. And especially because I made the nodes, I know them quite well. So it's taking me a bit of time, but it should be out over the weekend. I will try and get the edit finished and uploaded tomorrow. Especially because quite a lot of people have bought the toolkit on the Black Friday sale. An ETK film, it literally is like feature film length. Maybe I should start dramatizing my videos to make them a little bit more consumable. Just wrap it really fast. I should get CG Matter to do it. Get him on the case. Right. Staples. Do you know what? I actually could do staples, and I have the positions of these 2 points as well because they are here. It's positions 1 and 2, or index 1 and 2. So I could grab these. Curve to points. That's not very useful. In a world. Where can I buy that jumper? This one is from Next. If you're in the UK, they currently have it selling at Next. It's very fluffy. Right, curve to mesh. Oh, actually, I don't even need to do that. I can just do it with an instance on points node. These are my points. My equals is going to be 1.5 with an epsilon of, let's go with 1 on my index. That's the selection. Now I just need to make some staples. Thanks, Wave Morpher. I would like to get like a little bit more of the wholesome, like Bob Ross thing going on. That's always fun. Oh, did Ton retweet your Game Boy? Well deserved. Your Game Boy is incredible. I think your Game Boy is actually, yeah, probably my favorite November entry from this year. It's incredible. Let's set a material on here. Might as well just set this one to white fabric as well. Let's go with that. And then, are we just using like normal staples? If so, that can just be like a tiny little quad with a tiny little bevel. There we go, instance. Go curve to mesh with a curve circle. Stick a material on here. Excuse me. And I'll just join these up and remove that. Alright, so where has this gone? Oh right, because it's not been positioned. So these are my points actually. And I just need to find the correct positions, the correct indices. Alex Haskett stock. 0, 1, so it's going to be 2, 3, and 4. There we go. And the width of these could be really, really tiny. 10 times smaller. I'll just go square on these, that's fine. We can rotate them into position. Let's add a random value, utility, random vector. We are aiming for rotated in the x-axis by pi by 2. That's already pretty good actually. We can randomize this. Whoa, not that much. 0.2. And maybe they need to be a bit shorter actually. Go something like this, and then we can move them up slightly. Instances, translate instance. Move these up 0.008. That's wrong. That's right. There we go. 0.06. There we go. Nice. Let's randomize the Y. And maybe the Z a little bit. Maybe they also want to come in slightly together. getting all my nodes all like cramped up now. Let's grab that. Move this ahead. Grab this one, here we go. Right, let's bring these closer together, but then also we need to bring them down slightly, 0.01. 0.001. Alright, there we go. Okay. And then this can just be made metal. Chrome, there we go. So it's all stapled up. Oh right, and I want to add a knot on it. How am I going to do a knot? I don't actually want to have to make a knot. Yeah, so I'm not going to. Okay, right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a position on the curve, and I'm going to instance some stuff on those curves. You just walk to the store and it's -17. Oh my god, where are you for it to be -17? I was literally just about to say how we've got like gale force winds and it's down to 5 degrees. -17 is insane. Do we have conditional material assignment in geometry nodes? Well, you can set selections to assign your materials. So in that case, yes, I think. Riaz. I mean, that would work. Sometime, because the 3D cursor thing, you should just be able to pull the location directly with Python, I would have thought. Is that not right? Oh, northern Sweden. Okay. That makes sense then. Oh my god, it's a different world up there. Your days must be so short at the moment as well. Do you end up with like 4 or 5? Oh wait, I guess if you're in northern Sweden, you end up with no sun. Like a proper actual nighttime the whole time. Crazy. What am I doing with my knot? Need to find my curve to point. I only want one, but I want on a specific factor. So I guess we're going to just take a sample curve instead. Here we go. Go on the curve factor. We've got the position. And then I want to try and make as much stuff as procedurally as possible. So let's just take a mesh line, starting on our position with a count of 0, or 1 actually, and then I can use this as a point to instance on. And I'm actually just going to use a tiny torus, or maybe 2 tiny toruses. Toolkit, generate torus. Sample curve will output at a specified point along a curve. So your factor is 0 to 1. Let me show you with this torus. That's really big. 0.005. 0.005, something like that. Right, so let me join it up as well here. So you can see this is at the start of the curve, and if I walk up this factor, you can see that it's coming basically up along the curve here, down around the other side, and it's going to sample what the position, tangent and normal is at that position. So if you wanted this to align to the curve, you would also just use a utility, align Euler to vector, tangent into your vector. I'm going to be using it on the z-axis. And now we can basically align this torus as it comes up and around to this, although it does seem to be doing some really weird stuff on that. I don't believe that's the tangent. That's taking way too much of a weird average. How is it calculating the tangent? Is it doing it based on points? Sunrise at 9:30 and sunset at 2. Oh my god. Okay, you live in like mid-Sweden. My when my sister went to Sweden, she was in Umeå, Umeå, up like somewhat northerly. But yeah, no, it was beautiful where she was. But that was only in like September of last year, so much less inhospitable, I'm sure, than it is now for you. All right, got this. We're actually making 2 of them. I'm going to randomize the count. So, sorry, not the count, the rotation, just to make them kind of look clumped together. Oh, 100 kilometers. Okay, that's, I guess, fairly close. That still feels like quite a long way to me. I guess that's what, like an hour drive. Random value. Rotation. Oh, I'll just set that up. Whatever, something like that. BPY context scene cursor location gives you the position. Nice. So you just basically need to be able to have that on your right click menu. So just add it to the context menu for whatever. It specifically needs to be when you're like over a vector, and it needs to drop it into the entire vector rather than just the one field. I think maybe that's going to be a tricky thing. Right. Something like this, maybe. And at this position as well, I want to instance some same again. Get rid of that rotation this time. And we're going to be instancing some curves. No. Some mesh lines, and then I can randomize the positions. Instance, we're just going to be doing 3s. You don't know how to get it into the drop down. At least you've got it working. I mean, even if it was just on a shortcut or something like that, as long as there is like a way to access it, that's the main thing. Right, instances, realize instances. This is just the same as I always do with everything. So set position, geometry, set position. I'm going to grab an index math node. We have 3 points, so we're going to modulate it 3. So now we have a corrected index. And then ATT equals 0. Maybe I don't even need to use this because one of them's already 0, but we'll go with this. Selection. And then I can randomize the location a little bit. Position. I will go there. Yeah, something like that. It's literally like 2 lines of code. Well, amazing if you've already got it in 2 lines of code. That's nuts. Set this offset here. It's 3 long, so I want that offset to be around about 0.02. And then mesh to curve. Curve to mesh with the same one that we had up here. This one. That's going to join on there. vectors. Oh, maybe we multiply the vector by the modular as well, so it's offsetting a little bit. Utility random vector. Maybe we should go down as well, so minus 0.02. Vector math scale. Here we go. On here, on there, and then this goes into our offset. Looking good. And we can just take this and make a very small adjustment. Damn, working at this scale is just quite difficult. Alright, house as in cage. No, they are living in a very bougie apartment in the walls of a human house. Now I'll show you in a moment. Let's just grab a subdivide on here as well. Subdivision. Oh wait, no, maybe we can do this one with set spline type to Bezier. Set handle type to auto. There we go. It's a wonderful world. Yeah, more like a hole in the wall. That is true. Okay. So these can all be, I'm not sure where this is all plugging in beyond, so let's just do this and that, and then I can stick my material on all of the bits of string at the same time, like so. Okay, now I can position this, and I want it to be on this side really, so I'll just bring it back slightly. Something like that is probably alright. Always debugging, that's like 90% of a developer's job. Control J. Let's get this. This one is our string support, which I can now take off our list. Exciting. Because code. There we go. Alright, nice. This is actually starting to look like a thing. I kind of want to have like a little bit of a carpet or something on the bed platform. And then have like something coming over the front, so the corner of a sheet or something coming over the front. Maybe we can use the same setup that we had down below for the other rug. That's the floorboards, that's the books. Let's search for it. Rug. Nice. Spikes. What's this even coming off? Right. The target does not need to be the floorboards. It actually needs to be that book, the middle book. Oh, it worked again. That doesn't sound reliable enough to be to be an add-on. Which one's this? This is the middle one. I'm gonna go V, Shift, scroll, click. There we go. That's in totally the wrong place. Let's join this one up. We need to move it up. It broke again. Let's move this one up, up, until we are on top of this book. There we go. This does not seem interested. Oh, it's because there's a distance thing going on. Oh, maybe no. It's because there's it's because they're instances. So it's realize instances. Alright, that's actually really not helping me, is it? I guess what we're going to do is just vector rotate. In that case, just to manually bend it. That should be fine. Let's go around in this direction. I just want the corner over. And then we're going to pull this up just so that we get the corner hanging over. Do you know, one thing that would actually be really nice is if your walk around first person view in Blender, if it worked inside geometry nodes, because at the moment it just takes, it works on the bounding box rather than actually using the meshes. I don't know if that's too difficult to add, but like especially when I was making the flower shop, I just wanted to like walk around and actually look at where stuff was placed. Still obviously works with the flying, but yeah. Oop. Maybe 0.31. Something like that. There we go. That's pretty good. Minus 0.15. There we go. I need to rotate this tin so it's not hanging on quite so much. 0.001. Can take this edge now and bend it over. That's going to be here. Do we not have a rug material? No. Let's add one of those real quick. New rugs. There we go. Getting so many materials that we're going to need to make here. That's all right. Which somehow makes sense how the walking would be using rigid bodies if it's from the game. Maybe. Rug. There we go. Right, okay, let's grab. Oh no, I've lost it. Oh, there it is. Set position. And we can just simply take an input position, separate XYZ, map range on the Y. I now need to find out where this is. Checking that, so this is almost minus 15 exactly. Have I seen Polyfjord's tutorials? Yeah, oh my god, his stuff is just incredible. Amazing. I love the way he teaches as well. He's like such a natural at doing it. Minus 0.16. No, don't worry, I am saving. And then we can also vector rotate. Plug this one in. We're rotating around the y-axis at minus 15, right? Yeah, minus 15.3. And then, oh wait, x-axis, that's where we're rotating. Map range goes into our angle. And in theory, we have some bend in. Let's give it a little bit of smoothing, maybe bring this back very slightly. Hey Dusan, how's it going? So one is about right, I think. Right, oh, it wants to be more or less pi by 2. Oh wait, which is 1.5, that's too much. So minus 0.15, 0.305, maybe a bit less, 0.295. That's too much. 0.3. Minus 0.17. Maybe reduce this a little bit. Maybe I actually just need to pull the whole thing back afterwards. It's always nice when it works immediately, but if it doesn't, just force it to work for you. Minus 0.01, that's too far, 0.005. Oh my god. Every project I work on in the future is going to be scaled up like 100 times and then scale it down at the end. I'm not doing any more of these small numbers. Blender is not good for it. You didn't know I was so far in this. We've got quite a lot of stuff done actually. Where's my fish tin? Kitchen cabinet. Oh, fairy lights. We can do those next. Yeah, the whole Gumroad UI logo update. It's funny because I have Dark Reader on here, right? So if I go to Gumroad homepage, you can't even read the title. It's like, oh, everything's horrible. Terrible. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really a fan of purple, just in general. I noticed it was coming up on the emails as well. Not good. Not a good move. It's like almost tags like street graffiti, but not quite. Oh, I need to rotate the end of this tin up very slightly, just so it's kind of raised up onto this bit of cloth. I can move it up a millimeter or two. One should have been fine. There we go. You just talk about it on Discord. You hate how you can't customize the Gumroad page without knowing CSS. Yes, I've run into that as well myself. It's such a bad system. There should, surely they have the funds. They have the resources to have a visual editor. Madness. Madness. Alright, maybe I need this to go slightly further away from the wall because we're about to start adding cables, which means we're about to start working on the fairy lights. Cloth hanging over the front. Done. Oh wait, we have a couple of little things we can do. Wire on the back of the chair. Let's do that one quickly. To begin with, let's actually find the stool. Is it this one? This one. Alright. So on here I can add we can do it with a spiral, curve to mesh, curve circle, and this needs to be way narrower. I think we're working pretty much real size at this point, so working pretty small. It's only going around a pencil, so it only needs to have a radius of 0.004 to be 8 millimeters, and join up there. Nice. Okay, for a height of 0.002 as well, just so that we have a little bit of maybe 0.004. Oh, you're checking out serpents, awesome. Yeah, let us know how it goes. It's one that I keep meaning to get into. There we go, something like that will do. Now I can just position this. A never-ending list, literally. We're still going to be here next year. 0.06. Wow, that's pretty close. Let's get this rotated. Gimbal lock immediately. Something like that will be fine. This is Blender. It's technically 3.1 alpha, but you can open this with 3.0 alpha. the Arendelle products. It's a real problem. I thought did I not just go into top down? Oh, it's because it's all being rotated afterwards, isn't it? There we go. That makes it a little bit easier. There we go. I just really wanted some wire coming through that bottle cap like it's been tied on. Hey, late as usual. How's it going? Right, I can set another material on here. We're just going to set this one to copper just so it stands out a little bit. And that's pretty good. There we go. Go something like that. A tiny mouse trap with fleas. That would actually be pretty funny. Okay. Cool. Tiny details, but if you have enough of them, it makes a difference. Yeah, late as usual. Not only do you have a huge amount of work, but you have just, like, the response to it is always incredible. You literally have people, like, sitting on the edge of their seats looking for your stuff. Yeah, no timings are awesome. Very useful. Okay. We're going to need some cables. Easiest way to do this is just mesh lines, I guess. I'm also going to need some cable ties or pins or something. Let's grab just a mesh line to stick up the wall. We'll go end to end. Let's turn on viewports. Here we go. Right. Coming down from this corner. What do we do with copying this thing? Location is... Oh, I can put these ones actually. Going all the way up to the top here where we'll drill a hole through here. So Control C, and there we go. Super busy with exams. Oh, okay. What do you do late as usual? I feel like I always just know people from the work they make, and I assume everybody is like a professional full-time 3D artist. So grab a mesh to curve and a curve to mesh. And we will actually make these slightly rectangular because I want to have because that's the shape they need to be. Computer science. Oh yeah. I could have guessed actually. Right, let's join this one up. Interesting. Alright, width. Pretty small, I guess here. 0.01. And then 0.06. No timings caused a crash on yesterday's build, so don't use that. Or what crash is that? Because I think I'm probably on yesterday's build. I'm not sure how often the Steam ones get updated. Let's grab, I need to fillet this, curve fillet. And we're going with just poly so we can do a couple. Super tiny radius, 0.0. Oh wait, maybe we can just set this to like limit radius and it will, nice, bevel the corners. 4 a.m. GMT. Yeah. Oh, crash run rendering. Oh, that's fine. I never render. Rendering suggests that I finish a project. Set curve tilt. Oh wait, that needs to be actually while we have a curve. Oh, we have reached a point when just adding nodes is very slow. It's always very frustrating. Like actually like handling stuff inside the node tree is kind of fine, but just like adding a new node takes like 3 or 4 seconds. Who uses Blender for rendering? Yeah. Oh, I have an update in the butterfly saga as well. The butterfly that was flying around 2 days ago or 3 days ago and presumed dead in a spider's web yesterday. It was it got up today and I have no idea what happened. It was literally like in a spider's web, all caught up in a spider's web. And it was just like, nah, fuck it, I'm off. And it flew around like still attached to the spider's web with the spider on it. Terrifying. So there we go. The little butterfly still holding strong. I was going to put it outside, but then my brother said that would actually just kill it because it's like it's too cold. So it's still just hanging out inside at the moment. Yeah, nature. What's it like? Right, I want to randomize the position of these cables a little bit. Maybe they need to be even bigger, you know, make it more obvious. 0.01, 0.02. That's like a real chunky cable. 0.015. Cool, right. We have a bunch of points. Let's actually make this go slightly higher. Just so that it's up through the top so that we can put a hole in here. Put some splinters around it. They're working together. This is how spiders migrate. They just catch flying animals and then ride on their backs to new pastures. Uh, 4, 3. Okay, that's pretty good. I want to randomize the position, so we're going to come in here, set position. Geometry. Just want to basically move it a little bit in the x-axis. We can go from 0 to something. It's a horse for spiders, exactly. Vector into the offset. Going to get rid of everything, but we're going to be moving in the x 0.02 at most. Maybe this actually needs to go before the meshed curve, and maybe it needs to also be a biased thing instead of just a general one. Helicopter. I literally saw that meme for the first time like 2 hours ago. Very strange. Or not 2 hours ago. Oh my god, this stream has been going for 2.5 hours. I don't know how people manage to do short streams, like an hour, and do anything with an hour, like, I don't know. Right, x 0.0, let's go 0.05, and then we can bias this back. Something like that. Hey Zed, how's it going? You like chilling, I do. I'm not really one for doing stuff which is difficult or trying too hard. It's all about just hanging out. Alright, let's grab another mesh line. We are going to just, yeah, actually we can just transform this. I was going to array it, but I only need 2, so it's fine. Join these two together. 1 hour is enough to tire you out. I think it's pretty chill. I always like as well, like the chats in here. People are just kind of chatting among themselves. It's nice because I mean, I do talk constantly, but I don't feel like I need to like be, I don't feel like I need to be the entertainer kind of thing. Minus 0.01, minus 0.2. Seems scary. Oh my god, no. No at all. It's the first time that you do it is like kind of nerve-wracking, but it's not like it's way easier than like public speaking or anything like that, because I could literally just disconnect and be like, sorry guys, my internet's dead, and then I'm actually having like an anxiety attack or something, but you know, like that pressure is entirely taken off. Right then, this is actually pretty good. Let's subdivide this. Or maybe we just do the curve Bezier thing. Set spline type, set handle type. Finish all the Arendelle quest. Set this to Bezier. Nice. Well done, Nugget. Set handle type to auto left and right. There we go. Now we have curves. Okay, these are actually way too thick, aren't they? Let's bring them down a bit. 0.01. That's probably fine. I need a hole at the top now. I need some little pipe clips or cable clips. I might just need to tweak it back a little bit as well here. Minus 0.005. There we go, perfect. Oh my god, nice. And these two join up, so this is a perfect location to put some pipe, some cable clips. I can also, I don't know how high res these are. It's pretty good actually. So because I want to make it look like the mouse has gnawed it, I need to kind of cut out a little bit and then patch in a high res section. Yeah, rocket. So I need to patch in a high res section so we can make it look nice and gnawed without having a high res all over the cables. What are we doing for these pins? $40. What bargain. Right, let's grab a cube. Let's turn these off. Let's go into our cube. Let's just make something fairly big for us for a sec. Relatively, anyway. I need to subdivide. We need to pick some edges to crease. Subdivision surface. I'm going to crease. Yeah, a bunch of stuff. What's the story behind your live stream thumbnail? It's actually pretty stupid. So I was on Discord and I was saying that I needed to get some more thumbnails made for my Geometry Knows 101 course, which is just like 5 or 6 videos. And I don't like having my face on thumbnails. I generally don't like faces on thumbnails. I think that, I don't know, it just makes me think of like Linus Tech Tips or Mr. Beast, or you know, like those big channels with like putting their dumb faces on. I don't know, I just think it looks really bad, basically. So Stephen was like, oh, you should put your face on it, and I was like, no, I don't like that. And then almost immediately, because I was thinking like, oh, I hate putting my face on something, and I was also trying to come up with a thumbnail, it was like, well, maybe I should just do it. Maybe I should just put my face on it. But I couldn't do it like, Yeah, exactly. It looks clickbaity. So I couldn't put my face on it, but like not. I had to do it ironically. I had to make it obvious that I was doing it ironically, because yeah, it was just for like a dumb joke. But then it actually kind of worked out, and then I was like, oh, this kind of looks like Monty Python, and then I kind of leaned into the Monty Python thing with all of those Geometry Nodes videos, and the eyes in that thumbnail are actually clipped off Monty Python things. I don't know about the copyright on those. I'm sure that's fine. But yeah, it's just like me basically trying to have fun with the thumbnails rather than like not make them clickbaity, but still let people know that they're my videos. Actually, and some people like them. Some people really hate them because they're just weird. Thanks. Input index. Compare floats. Right, so I need to. Terry Gill, I'm gonna get you. Literally is. Can't do this on the crease. Don't know where all of these are. That's pretty good actually. And not that one. So 0 on 1 equals, let's go 0.5 here. Not 3, not 4, 5, 6, 7, not 8, 9, 5, 6, 7, 9. It looks not chill, looks really hype. I know, and then it's so funny because you like jump onto the videos and it's like the Raycast one, which is like me shooting lasers out of my eyes and just like the biggest teeth. And then you get into the video and it's just me being like, hey, so I really like the Raycast node. It's like so false advertising. Am I making a mouse? No, I'm making a cable clip. So exciting. So we want 5, 6, 7, 9, 1, 2. So less than and equal to 1 and 2. And then we also want equals 6 with an epsilon of 1.1. So these or these. Drop your only voice. Oh my god, imagine. I thought it was so funny the other month or whenever it was when OnlyFans was like, we're banning all adult content. And then they realised that all of their platform was like adult content. And they just immediately backtracked. Right, I also need 9. Do you know another place that would be really good for a multi-input socket? The Boolean math node. I have so many indices that I just want to be like plugging in, like, okay, use this one, use this one, use this one. And it would totally work as well. But I have to keep adding more nodes instead. It's like banning pizza as a pizzeria. Exactly. Exactly. Nobody goes to like Papa John's for pasta. Right, let's grab these ones. Going for not that one. Oh, that one's pretty close. Oh, is that one the one? Nice, and I just need one more edge. And I don't know which one it is. Let's set this down to 0.5 now because I'm just selecting the one. Oh, there it is. Number 9. Good stuff. Awesome. Save project, thank you. Right then. Max and min as well, yeah, that would do. We should make a list of everywhere that we want multi-input sockets so it can be added to. I feel like that would definitely be a community project for somebody to do. That's like, that doesn't seem like a core developer job. Right, in the Y direction, we want to make this 0.02. And in the Z direction, we want to do it that way. never save. The number of times that I have, the amount of time that I have lost by not saving, you would think I'd be better at saving. Alright, transforms, we're going to join these ones on. No, we're not actually. We're going to take two positions, which are these ones here, and everything you do causes a crash. Right, we need to curve, sample, come on, like this, and factor. I'm hoping it's going to do them both in parallel rather than me needing to do anything. We will see. Oh, actually, it's definitely not going to that. But that's fine, we can just copy it. So, add this as a vertex. Position into position, and then instance on points with this. And then I'll just stick in a join geometry in like this, and we can have a look. And the factor is going to be about 0.6. Oh, I see, it's doing both of them. Let's put this transform before all of this. There we go. All right. Also probably want to, no wait, no, we don't want to align. Right then, so if I've got this, I can rotate 180 degrees. And then probably also move it very slightly. Instance translate. Go world space minus 0.004. 003. Move it forwards very slightly. Oh, you gave up on the script. God damn. It seems like something that ought to be doable, but I guess if it's just a bit too much, I bet as soon as you go to bed tonight, in your head you're just gonna be like, oh yeah, can definitely do it. That's always the way, isn't it? Right, that is actually pretty good. Let's grab a transform. Maybe I do this actually with another instance. So we're going to rotate the instance and translate it, and then we can put this onto that join as well. So rotate 180 degrees. I'm going to move this one across by 0.01. There we go, and move it up very slightly, 0.01, just so they're not intersecting. I'm also going to put a pin on these so that they're a different material. Right, add new. Mains cables. This one's going to be like a grey plastic. Which we can do here. Material, set material, mains. High roughness. And we also need the same material on those. And then just a little cylinder stuck on the side, and that'll be fine. A different one, this one's going to be chrome instead. Set material, transform, and join. You haven't dived into geometry nodes yet. It's an exciting tool. There's still a long way for it to, like, you know, develop, of course, but it's already in a position where it's very capable. You can kind of reach a lot of end results. This is something I was thinking about before, is like you can make almost anything as like a final thing, but because of how it's missing some tools at the moment, you can't really make like you can't make any system. So it depends how, like, what level of complexity you need to go to. If you're just making a thing, then for sure you can make that, but yeah, capable but a little bit limited. It's going to get there though. Here we go, millimeter radius. Rotate in the y-axis. Are these shiny? Yeah. Okay, yeah. It's going to be way lower resolution and probably actually a little bit bigger. And a very slightly bit longer. Nice, that worked out surprisingly quick. Okay, so there are clips and our cables. You've seen a lot of projects from geometry nodes in the end whenever you decide to learn it. Yeah, motion graphic stuff. It's actually, you can probably actually do a lot of motion graphic stuff with it already. I know people like Late As Usual, Jesse Manson on Twitter, doing some crazy stuff like the pigeon boxes, the pigeon coops. Such cool work. You ran out of characters. Damn, do we have a character limit? I see. Cables. Here we go. Right, let's get our scene back. That's pretty close, that's fine. Right then, so I now need to make part of these chewed. And I want it to be quite visible, so we're going to go up here, I think. Hey, Thomas, how's it going? Right, let's chew this bit. And then we can patch in some high-res grossness. You have an EV. Oh, the giggle node. Oh, from Wally. So cute. What am I going for? Am I just moving it, or am I deleting a few faces and patching in? Or maybe actually separate geometry, because then I can subdivide it higher. Simulations will be a big target for next year in geometry nodes. Yeah, as soon as we can start simulating, it's gonna, as soon as we get loops, basic mesh modeling like extrude, insert, stuff like that, and some simulation stuff, it's gonna be amazing. I really hope we can refactor the OpenGL viewport, because it's very, very slow. But yeah, be awesome. A little worried the gamma version of geometry nodes will get rid of fields for a new level of abstract and reverse workflow. I would be very surprised if it changes again. I think they've got it in a good place. I would be sad. If they change it again, I'm getting Houdini. I'm just like tapping out. Geometry set. Separate geometry. Here we go. Hey, Sanoj. These ones at the top, these are our main cables. And faces here. If I set this position, we're going to grab our selection, mask, sphere. There we go. Yeah, we'll get the extrude node back really quick. Don't worry. Don't you worry. 0.01. There's that one. That one and this one. Yeah. Yeah, like if it got changed again, I wouldn't be mad. I just, you know, I've got other things on my to-do list as well, so I don't want to be learning something. I don't think it will though. I'd be so surprised if it got changed. Let's get rid of that and plug this one in. If I can even find that socket. Well, that is actually unreachable. There we go. Awesome. So now we have a little patch that we can work with. Make it even smaller. Or maybe I won't. So now I have this, so I can go mesh. Subdivide mesh on this selection. Another join geometry. Nice, that's all looking correct. So now we have our little high res patch that we can do something with, maybe. The UI is a bit of a shock compared to Blender. Blender is like the only piece of software, I swear, that has a modern UI. Cinema 4D did a good attempt, but they just copied. I always find this, like, if I'm using Rhino or anything like that, like the UI, and you go onto the forums and are like, oh, can we have a dark mode please? And you get all like the old boys using the software, which is like, oh, I've been using this since 1988. I don't want to see it changed. It's like, oh, come on. Burning my eyes out here. Right now you're using their official documentation and they just link to a ton of beginner tutorials. It's funny because somebody sent me a message on Twitter the other day like, oh, can we get more documentation like Houdini has? And I was like, well, I don't know, like, probably not. Like, the Blend documentation is like very regimented in the way it's made. And they were like, no, we just want like videos, links to tutorials. It's like, is that really documentation at that point? If you want to see good documentation, look at the Sverchok documentation. They have hands down the best documentation I've ever seen. Because like every single page, for a start, is linked from the interface. So I can select a node and go to the online documentation page for it. And then every single node has examples of use. So good. So good. I could not have learned Sverchok without that. Right. I need this to like punch in the middle. And then have like a really jaggedy edge. And then we can like make some of the internal cables, which will be a little bit manual, but that should be fine. Architects, exactly. Geometry set position. this crunchy neck. Man. I need to... Oh, I should have done that on a separate thing because I need the position now. But let's just grab position, input position, vector math. Not on that one. You want to learn Photoshop, you're scared. Well, handy, I have a course on how to use Photoshop. So if you want a course on it, have a look at the link in the description. Get these copied across. Use a map range on here. And then vector math. You recommend standing and stretching every 45 minutes of uninterrupted sitting. Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, do you know what? Let's go up. All right. I think I need to move the camera a little bit now. Standing mode. Well, that camera's still quite low, isn't it? It's crazy actually how much lower you sit than stand when you're like working at a comparable surface. I guess you just slump so much when you're sat down. All right, maybe I'll do streams standing up in the future. Actually, this is good. Typos of interrupted sitting. Yeah, no, it's all good. Oh, it's so nice having a standing desk. If you're, especially if you're like work at home, or I guess maybe you could even get your work to buy one, but like sit-stand desks where you can switch between one another. Oh man, I'm so unfit. But yeah, so nice to actually have a bit of variation. Like normally, when I start my day, I do it all standing up. It's normally just when I have cameras on, because it can be a bit, you just end up like being a bit mobile, like you end up walking around, so it can be a little bit more difficult trying to stand next to the microphone. All right, let's go. Yeah, I would get one which is like that's motorized. It'll cost a little bit more, but you'll actually use it. Because if you have a hand winch, you will use every excuse. Because it's just like, oh, it's got effort. You got put effort into putting in effort to stand up. You got to make it as easy as possible. So it is really good. And also get some you can get these foam mats. So they're just like, I don't know, they're quite like firm foam mats which you put on the floor, and they support your feet a little bit better. But actually, if you stand up, so normally if I do a day standing up, I can sort of stand for 4 or 5 hours, and yeah, you'd be surprised how much your feet just kind of collapse. You shouldn't sit for too long, and you shouldn't stand for too long. Yeah, I know. And the older you get as well, the more important it is to balance stuff. It's like when you're a kid, it's fine, you just do whatever. Your body will handle it. And then even now, like in mid-20s, I'm starting to be like, oh God. I've got to actually start thinking about not eating certain foods, because otherwise I get fat, or, just never used to have this problem. My body was such a constant as a kid. Crazy. Anyway. Sit with one leg and stand with the other. Yeah, Marlon Cockett. Trying to avoid messing up yourself for later. I had DVT when I was 22. I do not recommend getting a DVT. That's not good, especially when you're that young. Right then, moving in the Y direction, 0.01, something like that. I'll move the other way. There we go. Motor is definitely the way to go. Absolutely, yeah. You can't stand up and use the mouse without some weird arm placement. I do find actually your arms, you just don't realise how heavy your arms are until you do a day standing up. And it's like, God, my arms just like hanging down, pushing my arms down. Just because I don't have anything supporting my elbow anymore on the chair. Josh, just posted a 3D location add-on in the server. What? Wait, let me see this. So wait, what does it do? Is it in... Let me find it. Let me download this. So it should show up when you right-click on a vector property in geometry nodes. You feel like it's too late, even if you have half your life left. If you're 36, you have more than half. You're good. And what's the server? Yeah, it's just in general chat on my server. Preferences, add-ons, install, downloads. Oh, downloads, here we go. .3D. Wait, was that the one, the visualizer? No, I don't know what I just installed. Well, maybe I did not actually download that. Oh my god. Discord's doing this thing again where it won't download for me. Okay, until I show it on stream, thank you. Don't know why that happens. It's like, I've got to be accountable. Cursor location, right. Josh, did you make this with serpents? Oh my god, I'm excited to see if this works now. So if I... How do I use it? Seems to work fine. A little bit of testing. The paste option should show up when you right click on a vector property on a geometry node. So if I put my 3D cursor somewhere, maybe it is not working in 3.1. Only works in the... only works for translation vectors, like the ones in meters. Paste cursor location. Yeah, would you be able to add it to just all vectors? Because that would be really useful. Because there's loads of nodes which don't have, you know, like this distance one, where it's like, oh, I want the distance from the cursor location there. Or even just putting in the vector here. You know, that's not got the units. What? Oh, and it does work. Amazing. Thanks so much. That's actually mind-blowing that you just made that. This is the second time on stream that somebody has like come out full power and just like made something. Like it was Folk with the bisect last time. Awesome. Yeah, we love and appreciate you, Josh. Such good work. Okay, so cables are in, kinda. Let's make sure that this is a little bit of a smaller... Oh wait, no, the offset size is fine. Should I... No. So maybe just offset a little bit less. 0.4. And we can... Oh, no, we can't. What am I doing here then? So... I might make some... I need to make some new node groups, things which do like... moving stuff and then post-moving. Because you know how like scaling everything always scales away from 0. So I need a scaling node which also has a center on it. So it would be... I need to basically do one which moves things back to the beginning, and then you can scale it, and then it moves it back after it's done the scaling. So it's always going to scale around the centers. This man working the whole night. 10-minute artist, you're in India, right? Is that right? I feel like you posted earlier saying it was like 10:12 or something. Let's make these even smaller, 0.006, and make that just kind of punched in there. Let's move this over slightly, 0.004 in the negative direction. There we go. Right, so now I can just put a little bit of what? Put some cables sticking out of here, and some... I need something around here, like a bit of torus or something like that, that I can like really chew up to make it look like the mice have gnawed through the cable insulation. Is a reverse vector rotate possible? I don't see why not. I can just do this with a torus actually. Toolkit, generators, torus, or maybe I should use a line. No, torus is fine. Oh, amazing. Let me pin that. There we go, pin. Damn, yeah, that was speedy. Let's go in here, right, I want to remove the old one, install the new one. And now that works. Paste cursor location. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's actually nuts. Because, yeah, that's literally been one of the things which I've been wanting so much this whole time making this scene. Because as soon as you start getting something like this, and especially when you're working on such small scales, you just want to like, just right click and I'll see what that location is. Amazing. Damn. Yeah, so if you want that add-on, just hop onto the Discord server, and it's in the general chat. If by the time you're watching this, if you're watching this later, then you can find it in the pinned messages in general. Awesome. I wish there was an overlay to show me where the map range is. Wait, what do you mean? Like if you're looking for it, or like you're mapping a range? Cool, right. Just getting this to position is going to be a pain. Oh wait, but not anymore, because we've got the position thing. Actually so good, oh my god. Oh, Ramesses. Thank you for posting yours as well. Alright, transform in here. Make sure this is centered nicely on our divot. Paste cursor location. So good. Thank you so much. Right. One's going to come in here. We need a minor, major radius. Minor radius can be like a millimeter. Major radius can be like a centimeter. Ooh, definitely not half a centimeter. I can even find my way back. Here we go. And then we can scale this down in the x-axis. We basically just want to create some kind of collar for the cable here that we can distort. There we go, something like that. And this can now move forwards. Might need to... Oh, keep getting stuck inside the wall. How do you reply back to someone in chat? You can just at their name. Yeah, you just type at in there, you start typing. I need actually this to be very slightly bigger. And to pull out the top and the bottom here. So I'm only interested in the Z distance. Yeah. Alright, so I need another one of these distance nodes. Paste cursor location. Hell yeah. And then we're going to vector math on here. Multiply by 0, 0, 1, because we're only interested in the Zs. Now we have all of the correct distances. We can basically use the same map range scale offset setup. Something like this. This can go into our offset. This can go into our value. And this has to go the other way. So 0.04 minus 0.04. Why do you do nothing? Well, it literally does nothing. Okay, that was too much. Right, this should only be working in the z-axis though, right? So this should be bending. Have you managed to work out how to at somebody? Right then, linear. How peculiar. Okay, that's kind of almost good enough actually. Maybe I can just get this looking a little bit more torn up. So a few more rings. And we're just gonna punch a bunch of noise onto it. 60, here we go. And oh, tiny neck, how's it going? We can randomize the location. Excuse me. So I need to add to the positions. Set position, input position. Let's set that back to 0. Grab the toolkit utility random vector. We can just take the original positions and add some deviation to them. Something less extreme than that. Even less than that. So little. Go for 1/5 of a millimeter, that's probably fine. Okay, and now we can put some cables in here. Now that this is looking adequately chewed, let's get the correct material as well. Cables, main cable, here we go. And then I need to add my inner cables. So these are going to be, I guess it needs both live and neutral to be pulled out. So let's just use a couple of very small quadratic Beziers. Oh my god, I'm like drunk on power being able to right click set location on all of these. And we're going to go there, set location. Curve to points. It's weird. I need to. Oh no, that should be fine. Actually, I'll just use 2 trims instead. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Are we joining this in? Curve to mesh. Ah, no, that didn't I don't think. Or maybe it did. I don't think it worked out. We need to curve to mesh. I need a tiny little profile curve, so we're going to go with a curve mesh. Mohammed Riaz. Did you just try to at yourself like that? Or is that a request? Tiny on here. 0.001. There we go. Oh, nice. It's all coming together. It's all coming together. Just need those to go in very slightly. Maybe this one, and we just make this go up very slightly. 0.065, something like that. And this one here, edit cursor position. Gonna go down, and then set this one for the middle. Okay. Oops, that was not where I meant to be. Need 2 of these. One like that, and another one which is going to be a little bit more of an extreme band. Let's just put that one to a side. This one's going to go here. Whoa, that's literally on my face. Let's move this up a little bit. 0.45. This one on that side. Coming down a little bit. 0.31, 0.32. And then this one needs to just come back slightly. 0.4, something like that. Cool. So if I now trim these, because I want them to be actually 4 parts, because I just want them, I want it to be like they've removed the insulation, right? So I want to remove the middles. To do this, I need grab this one up to the top. And then another one, which basically does the opposite. So 0.7 to 1. Join them together. And then these ones are actually, they need their own material because this one's like the insulation for the neutral or the live. Set material. Come up in here, add new one, new. This one is going to be cable neutral. Don't think that's even how you spell that, but never mind. Unsupported curves. Alright, that's fine. We'll do these separately. So, cable neutral. I don't actually know what colour. Let me double check this. Mains cable colours. Oh, blue and a brown. Is the brown live and the blue is neutral? Is that right? And the earth is just like the other one? I think it's something like that. Right, let's grab, let's just use a brown colour for this one. It doesn't really matter which one it actually is. Something like that is actually pretty close. And then we're going to do the same thing down here on the other quadratic bezier. It depends on the country. Yeah, that makes sense. And this one's going to be the other one, which will be blue, just because we're might as well be in the UK. There we go. Next one up. Yeah, you can't set them on the curves, it looks like. Kind of understandably, though. That's weird. Both of these nodes have... Well, never mind. The thumbnail of this video. Very true. It's beautiful, isn't it? Cable live. Well, apparently they need to have meshes. At least for my assignment there. It wasn't letting me assign it. It said that it wasn't allowed to be on a curve object. Right, and this one could be a blue colour. Oh, I'm being dumb. It's because I don't have a profile curve. Live, there we go. Okay, let me work this one out. I think this one might actually just disappear up a little bit too far. Where is it? Okay. I just glanced across in time to see ignore this message, and now I'm so curious. Alright. Well, I have so much cable going up the top there, that's ridiculous. Now, this one's going to be point, I guess, 995 in that case. Just so it's in the bottom, that's fine. I can use the same curves with different profiles to make the copper in the middle. I think they are actually solid copper in mains cables. just like an actual thick bit of copper. Certainly looks like they are in this hardware store photo. So we can basically just do that, I guess. I can grab both of these, I can just join them both together. Join this, curve to mesh, profile curve, we'll set the material to copper. I can join this one up like that. Okay. Make this down 0.005. Mains is going to be solid core. Nice, thank you. There we go, something like that. Alright, I feel like that's very subtle still, like, in terms of the actual composition. Oh, it's tiny, isn't it? Maybe I should make them bigger. And maybe the hole should be bigger. Yeah, it should. If I'm going to be plugging in my fairy lights, I want that to be quite an obvious thing that's happened. Wow, something has happened to the top of that cable. Right, let's just start off by making this hole bigger. Where's the top of that one? Oh, it's like literally a meter above where it needs to be. Cool, that's back. All that work to put in the dark corner, I know, that's why I need to make it bigger. 0.7. 0.3. There we go. Yeah, so if this is like, how big? Okay, 0.03 is definitely too big. 0.02, so we're basically doubling the size of these. And I want to make them taller quite a lot. So we're going to come up here, find this selection. It's going to be 0.02. And then this one is going to be 0.018 this time. So 0.07. Did I finish the books? I did. I got as much as I'm gonna probably do on them. Let me give you a quick show. I need to change the colours of them, but here we have a year in provolone, the cheddar in the rye bread, and waiting for Gouda. That's how it works. This one has a little ribbon as well sticking out of it. So there we go. Let's make these even more visible. Um, 0.09 I think should be about right for the hole that we've made, and then I'm going to make this quite a bit narrower and pull it back to the cable. That cable is actually being pulled quite a long way backwards. Everything is being made in this one node tree, yeah. It's a bit too much. Too much to be sensible, but it's been fun, a fun challenge. Oh, thank you. Let's actually just set this down to 0.5. There we go, and this one can be moved back very slightly. Let's use a transform. I'm going to move this down or up. not that much. Literally, the hardest thing about doing this is like remembering how many decimals I'm supposed to be working to. Always fun. Right, minus 0.256 minus 0.358. That's too much. It's definitely a game of patience. And here we go. Let's rotate that slightly. Rotating the Z as well. Small numbers are a drag. True. Let's actually move this down a little bit. A little bit more. There we go, that'll do me. Alright, so that's our cables, which are sort of exposed. It's a bit of a shame they are quite so subtle, but never mind. Let's chop that in there. And then we can make some fairy lights. Got to work out how to actually make the fairy lights. It's going to be an interesting challenge. Yeah, but seriously, how am I going to make them? Because we could just do it simply, to be honest. I guess nobody's really going to be looking that closely. Probably. So as long as I just have a bunch of points on the walls and under the books, then we can just make a curve across them. I might need to sort the curve points a little bit, which might need a manual group so I can swap points, like switch points around. That's probably going to be alright. So then, next up, pollen in the design for the extra microscopic detail. Yes. Got to put dust on everything. Oh, do you know what we haven't done? We don't have a hole in the roof. So let's go down to our studs. And we're going to have to boolean it. So mesh boolean. We are interested in this one. Crazy. No inputs, and it's taking 71 milliseconds just to have a boolean node. Insane. A cylinder? Boolean. Exactly. Let's join this up. We are interested in this location. Paste that cursor location. This can be our cutter. Nice. And we want fairly low res. Depth of 1 is fine. Why not change the project reference units to millimeters instead of meters? Because it won't change anything actually inside the node tree. It will only change like 3D viewport stuff. Everything in the node tree is still going to be in meters. I'm pretty sure. I will check that in a moment, but I'm 98% sure that's correct. 0.02. Oh wait, no. Now I'm done. 1 radius is 0.02. Nice. That's exactly what I wanted it to do. Hole tolerant, there we go. Cool, 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 cool. Now we actually have a hole for these to go into. It's all about the details, you know. Now, do we need to move the chest of drawers? Yes, we do. Bug report time. Let's go and check the chest of drawers. It's up at the top. Chest of drawers here. We need to move this in the X by about 2 centimeters. So that's actually fine, like that. Awesome, and I will make... I want to do something else with the thimble, I think, at some point. For now, it's probably fine just leaning at the back there. Alright. Alright. Let's grab some stuff. We need to grab the back wall. Basically, we need to grab everywhere that we want to have lights attached. So, we need... Maybe I just make some dummy stuff. I'm not moving stuff around, so we don't need this to be super procedural. So I'm actually just going to grab a bunch of planes, and I can just hand position them. And they can be my like positions for the cable. Yeah. Alright, let's go in here. Let's make a bit more space. We are grabbing mesh primitive grids. Just make these super low poly, 2x2. A suggestion, make the thimble into a flower pot. That might be a really nice thing to do actually. Grab like a, you know, we can make flowers nice and easy, so thimble into a flower pot. Wire back of the chair, we've done that. Lots of these things are fairly like quick, like buttons and caps on the wall, plates on the table, items in the shelves. Actually that's not quick. Kettle on the stove. Steel power from the electrical cables, I've kind of done that bit. We haven't done the sock. Presents, I'm just going to get rid of. Mirror, oh we didn't add a mirror. That's a maybe. Didn't add any Lego either. That's also a maybe. Fabric pouch hammock. I'm kind of more leaning towards the sock, so I'm going to get rid of that one. Coffee stick floorboards, we did that. Feathers, that might be a nice thing to add. Food. Paperclip. Oh right, yeah, hanging clothes with paper clips on the earphone. And then just some more food stuff. Okay, oh look at that, we're down below 20 items. The curse of about 20 things. We're below 20 now, we're into the teens until I think of something to do. But let's just go with this for now. So grid transform. Oi, come on. We're having performance issues. Let's see where stuff wants to go. So we're going to go up the left hand side here. Let's just paste cursor location. Exactly, all the chat suggests something. I'm always open to suggestions, of course. So plug this one in. Nice and big. Yeah, as soon as this ends, I'm going to be thinking like, oh, do you know, I want to do this one tomorrow and I want to do this bit. I mean, I've not even started the list for shaders, so got to see. Spikes. If you manage to get me to add spikes, I'm going to be so shocked. Right then. This is actually pretty good. Nice. And we can just scale this one in the X, I guess. Still sticking out the bottom. Let's move this up to 0.35. Nails sticking out from the walls. It's probably quite likely actually, because we'll have some stuff going on. Blinking eyes. Minus point. I can just pull this back a millimeter so I can actually see it. 0.69. Rendered. There we go. Go like this, and then move it up a little bit. Alright, I do need to be slightly aware of my normal direction because I'm going to be using the normals to make sure that the wires are all not clipping. So let's turn on our face orientation overlay. Okay, the tin is inside out, the chair is inside out. No big deal. Let's grab another one of these. We're going to rotate 180 degrees in the z-axis. And let's just make our own join geometry here. Will there be a mouse in the end? There's going to be probably a mouse tail. But no, I wouldn't think there's going to be like an actual whole mouse. Let's move this one back a little bit. Oh. And in slightly, 0.01, there we go. Do you want to have them hanging down the book as well here? We're going to have some on the back. The changing scene units works well just fine for you in the nodes. Really? I swear I've done this before. Yo, are you serious? Oh well, snapping still. I don't know, it still seems pretty jumpy. It's still moving in. Do I need to change the unit scale as well? Yeah, all of the like actual dragging speeds are all still the same. Let's draw this back into position. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why the dragging is all like set on a certain thing. I would have thought it should be like decimals of your unit, you know. Right. Yeah, mine's today's. Let's grab another one of these. Just connect this one up. Another thing that bothers me is that the join geometry node, every time you add a new one automatically, it will jump to the top. It's like, come on, where am I working here? No, it's a very petty thing to get frustrated about. The y-axis 90. Pretty good. Let's come back in the x. Nine. 0.8. That's pretty close. Okay, let's move it up. Actually, I can't use that at the moment because I'm doing relative transforms. Get this more or less in position. Doesn't really have to be super perfect because these are going to be cable points hanging off. Can somebody make an HDRI with a cat in it? There's an HDRI with a dog in it. But I don't know if there's one with a cat. The dog is in this one. The default courtyard .exr one. Alright, we need also to have planes underneath each one of these books. And also on the front of the angled book. Here we go. Bring this down. Come on. Minus 0.27. It's pretty close. 0.5 or something. Oops, not 0.05, just 0.5. Moving this one across. Yeah, so to get the twisty wires, I think I pardon me, I think I am just going to position it so that there's lights along it rather than actually properly splicing in. I'm not really sure how you would get it to splice in properly. I could spend easily an hour just working that out. So, in the interest in entertainment, we will forgo. Is that still visible? Man, the winds are crazy. I can like hear them properly pushing my window, like the seals of the window. I think it's going to be a real storm at the moment. Really stormy. Hi, Riaz. Trooper, well done for staying so long. Have a good night, man. Good night. Alright, let's move this one down to the next book. Join up. Thank you. It's only 11:45 at the moment, so I'll probably go for another 2 or 3 hours, and then we'll just see how far we get. Again, I'm not expecting to finish today, so it's all good. Oh, 4 a.m, damn. Sorry for keeping you. Right, let's move this one up a little bit. And along. There we go, somewhere like this. Move it. Actually, that's pretty good. Maybe just leave it at least in the x-axis there. We can move it back slightly. And that should be fine. Maybe a little bit more actually. 0.01. And then we move up 0.02. How's everybody doing? Are you working on your own projects at the moment? Does anybody have anything that they're particularly excited about producing or anything like that? Always good to see what other people are getting on with. Here we go, that's all of our book coverings done. Let's put some more on this side. Go, and I just need to actually rotate this one so it's 0. We're going to rotate around the y-axis in, yeah, this direction. And we're moving to the left, minus 0.05. Keep on rotating this one. You've made a building, that scales. Pretty low detail at the moment. Oh, awesome. It's one of those things that you just kind of build up, build up, build up. Redesigning an older car on paper. Oh, that's awesome. What's the, what car are you redesigning? Hey, Kellen. How's it going, man? 1, 3. Just fiddling away with geometry nodes, keeping the daily November streak going. Oh my god, you're doing daily prompts. Are you actually doing like 30? Because that's nuts. You got little armies and stuff in geometry nodes looking much better than arrays. Nice. Yeah. Geometry nodes for arraying stuff, like your ability to instance is just, it's going to really help your workflow, I think. A Nissan Sentra, sorry. That is not a car I know, actually. Oh, nice. Do you do much car stuff, like car modding? Do you do car modding in real life? I feel like that car looks like it would make a good like a beta for doing drifting. Back a little bit more, minus 0.11. And we're going to come up a little bit, 0.05. That was actually quite a lot. Okay, nice. Okay, so we have all of our... No, we don't. I want some on the back as well. Maybe just a few patches. So we can add... It's a common carton mod where you live. Okay. Right. In the UK, it's a pain modifying cars because of like the insurance. I mean, obviously it's just like a cost in general, but most insurance companies won't insure your modified cars. At least not without like massive premiums. So then you're actually like better off going with the specialist insurance companies, but then obviously they have also really high premiums. Can just be a little bit rock and a hard place. Okay. Let me just add a few to the back wall. This will be fairly quick, I think. Going with rotating in the x-axis 90 and scaling it down. So just a few points that we can connect the cable to, and then we can move it around nice and easy. Minus 0.02. UK seems very restrictive. Depends what you're doing, to be honest. Minus 0.01. We have a lot more freedom in a lot of other ways because of a lot of stuff being like you have to do this. It actually means that you're free to do more stuff. The idea of being like the American idea of freedom, the whole like, oh, you're free to pay all of your healthcare yourself. And it's like, yeah, no, that means that most people don't have healthcare. Like really restrictive for low income families and stuff like that. It really takes away a lot of freedom from people who can't play the game of money. 0.6, here we go. That's probably fine. Minus 0.05. And it's funny as well, like everybody thinks like gun laws and things, like America versus UK. And it's like loads of people in the UK have guns. Loads of people. We have people come in to like shoot like ducks or grouse, or like there's loads of bird shooters all the time. And like every farmer has a shotgun. Loads of people have air rifles. So there's a lot more guns than people expect, especially in the countryside. Right, let's grab a few of these. I'm just going to randomly, not quite randomly, like I'm hand positioning them so they don't go too close to the floor. But generally, these should be fairly easy to position. There we go. But for school, you're on your own. Oh, really? Do you have to pay for like high school and stuff? You have like state schools, right? I don't actually really know much about Canada at all. Let's move this one down. Oh wait, no, not in the y-axis, just in X and Z. Down in the Z. Maybe this one can be scaled a little bit as well. something like this, maybe another one of these as well. Yeah. Pull this one out into the middle. Now, I'm interested to know how I can get, like, where it gets close to the wall, I need pins and nails and things for it to hook onto. But can I create selections by proximity, or can I only limit a selection by proximity? I can't like pick where it's closer than X unless I make thousands of points and delete certain points, can I? Alright, that's a horrible array of points, but there we go. So these are our fairy light walls, or instancing walls or something. So you have state-run high schools. Is your university system in Canada, is that very similar to the United States versions, where you have like crazy high tuition fees? Crazy high to me anyway. So instance on points, we actually need to create some points first. There we go. Turn that off now. And actually, I don't need to instance on points. I can just use my points to Bezier node. $20,000 to $30,000 a year. To me, that's crazy. Like, it's education. You should have it. Exactly. You get people who are, you know, but are just as deserving as anybody to go and get higher education, and it's behind a paywall. It's like, why? Why is it behind a paywall? A bachelor's degree. A bachelor's degree is just, you don't even learn that much in a bachelor's degree. You're buying the network. It's absolutely ridiculous to think that somebody should be paying, you know, potentially $30,000 a semester. Absolutely ridiculous. That's just like the rich get richer, right? Because then it's a self-selecting group of people, selected financially based on their previous generation successes, and then that's their peers, and then you just end up with this nepotistic situation. Oh well. I can't really complain because I got a loan. I think it's a loan in the UK as well. Like, if you don't pay it back within something like 30 years, it all gets written off anyway. Yeah, capturing manual labour, exactly. It's all just about keeping the difference, isn't it? Right, let's bevel this curve. Let's just have a look at where it is to begin with. Oh, not bevel, pipes. Pipes is what I'm after. I shall do it separately. You studied mechanical engineering for 4 years for free here in Sweden. And I bet you have thrived because of it. That's the thing, it's similar to like Blender, right? The Blender community. It makes everybody better off if everybody is better off. That's why giving like content and stuff like that for free is such an important thing, because you can elevate the whole community and then you get the benefits as well because you're part of that community. Crazy. Alright, let's increase our number of points. Right, this is kind of fun. I need to make a certain number of points along our curve to instance some lights. then we can just actually have a look at what's going on here. So curve, resample curve, instance on points, and then I just need to go and find my fairy lights. Which should be, I have no idea where I put them. Oh, fairy lights, here they are. Right, so these, V shift down, there we go. You got a loan, but that was for living while studying, yeah. That's the thing, like in the UK, you still, you still have to pay to live. We have the loan obviously for tuition as well, and the maintenance loan, which is for living. But it's, I don't know, I just consider it free money, because it's such a low payback. It's based entirely on your income. Oh, those lights are tiny. And they're huge. So I think you can get away with, considering it free money. Even in the UK, there are people who look at the loans and they're like, oh no, I don't want to touch that. It's like, actually, you can just do it. Just do it because it's so worth it. You had the option for an interest-free loan for housing. Damn, that's good. Is that like interest-free, but you have to pay it back as soon as you graduate? Oh, you got yours in Switzerland. I see. In Canada, citizens get subsidies, but it's still not free. Yeah, people still get loans. Standing stream. Yeah, somebody told me to stretch my legs, and I figured I should stand up. Yeah, I should do. Although actually there's someone sleeping in the room below me, so maybe I should not. Right, I really want better handles on this. Let's make this into a new one. Actually, let's expand it. Depending on what you make and when. That's pretty similar to the UK then. Control Alt G. Alright. What are we doing? Transferring the attribute from the points onto our circle, that's correct. Might as well make it cyclic so that it's a full circle. Saying the position, that's fine. Saying it's Bezier, that's fine. Oh, and then we can maybe subdivide it. Maybe that'll make it a bit easier. Curve. Subdivide curve. Looks so festive, thank you. We will deal with the rotation as well. Nice, let's compress those a little bit better. They gotta take the nearest normals. That's why we focus so much on like had all of that normal output for these planes, because I gotta make sure. Well, two things actually. I gotta transfer the normals for the planes to these so that I can make them punch out from the wall. So we will offset these handles, all of these handles. Nice and easy here. So curve, set handle position. We're just going to offset both of these, left and right. And to do this, we're going to transfer an attribute from our main planes here. Hey, see you later, Marlon. Thanks for dropping in. And we can grab this normal. We're not doing it by index, we're doing it by nearest face interpolated attributes here. This is the normal and we want to scale it down a little bit. Oh, good lord. Now we're having fun. Maybe a little bit more. 0.03. 0.1, something like that. Maybe I need to move all of these off the wall as well. Well, let's just, before we do that, let's try and align some of our rotation here. So utilities align Euler to vector from our normals from these wall sections. This can go into our rotation here. We're aligning to the Z. These all point in the correct direction now, so we can just add some deviation with our nodes. Utility, random vector. Just using this to randomize a little bit. So let's like 0.2 or something. Maybe even a little bit higher. Good stuff. Obviously way too many lights, but we will come to that as we go. Maybe we do a little bit now. Seems like a lot of cable going on. Maybe we can reduce the points a little bit. I do want everything to move along the normals as well, I think. Because at the moment we've got a lot of stuff going through surfaces, and that never looks good. Maybe we can actually just randomize it rather than doing the scaling stuff. Or can we? And maybe instead of the handle position, maybe we actually just do the position. So geometry set position. We're going to offset by these. Set these very little. A lot of lights kind of makes sense. Yeah. Maybe they could be smaller. Yeah, I know. It's just let's maybe make these down to 2 times. They were too small when I first added them. I think the ones that I actually have in real life are probably about this big, relatively. Let's make these down a little bit. We can keep tweaking. That's a good thing about proceduralism. Just because I've done something doesn't mean it's fixed. Curve set handle positions. Maybe instead of these we can set them to 3. Or just aligned. Not quite sure. Something like that is pretty good. I want to add a little bit more control here. Yeah, we got to get them twisting, haven't we? So we'll have to give it a curve tilt along its length, and the rate, the thing is just going to be 2. The profile is just going to be 2 things. 0.02, something like that. And this will also be black, so it will be more visible. And I need curve to mesh. Let's add another curve on here. Just join these together. This one's going to move sideways, 0.02. So now we have a little bit of variation. Let's make it a little bit bigger. And now we just got to make it twizzle it around. So curve parameter, multiply, curve tilt, like this. Next, the cobwebs would be a nice level of fractal detail. Whoa, somebody was making cobwebs on there yesterday, right? On Discord. Maybe a couple of people actually. Curve parameter math. Here we go. Oh wait, was it? Wait, I did. Did I? Wait, was? I like don't really remember this, but I like also kind of do. Right, so why has this now stopped working? Where's all of our bumpy stuff gone? Oh, am I being dumb? Yes. Yes, I am. There we go. Set the curve tilt. This wants to be like 200. And unmute. Oh, it wants to be even more than that, like 2000. Yeah, it made your blender crash. Oh, yeah. Hey, Stengy. Yeah, sure. Have you posted it on Twitter or something? The webs and the dust in the webs. I do recall. So it's down to 1000. Maybe lower. Wait, something like that. What's this look like now we actually... Okay, they definitely don't really illuminate. Let's see what happens if we turn up our emission. Emissive here is... That's kind of cute. The lights are nuts, thank you. 0.15. Something like that. On ArtStation. Yeah, definitely drop it on Twitter as well, of course. A lot of Blender people on Twitter. Okay, I think I have an issue with this book. I have one which is sticking through the book. And we don't want that. I think I might need to like massage some of these points around a little bit. Let's just add the material that we need. So set material, black plastic, let there be light. Black plastic, there we go. It's looking a little bit better. These points down here, not ideal. So we're going to... Do I even need that one? No, for sure I do not. So I just need another set position, and I'm gonna like just give it a little push in the right direction over here, because right now we're going through our chair, obviously not good. I'm kind of alright with it going through the back wall. I think these actually need to be thicker. Something like that, it's fine. On the last day of Christmas. Okay. So yeah, I'm just going to literally grab a point down here with you know what function that we now have. And I'm going to push it. So input, position, vector math down here. Set this onto distance from right click, paste cursor location. Just finish your project, so you're going to go sleep. Good night. Thanks for dropping by. We'll have a look at it at some point. Assuming your name is Stengy over there as well. It's weird. I was talking to my brother about this earlier because he was looking over my shoulder while I was working, And he was like, what's, like, surely people, when they look at this scene, they don't assume that it's all procedural. So, like, what's the point of it? Why? It's like, I don't know, but like, you just don't really, you don't look at this and you're like, yeah, nobody touched a vertex once. Such a strange way of working. I do quite look forward to actually getting back to modelling stuff though. Even the boring stuff, like UV unwrapping. Right, let's put this in here. We're going to offset this, so invert. Our distance can be way lower, point 1 or something. Does this one have a secret Suzanne? It's going to have Suzanne stamps, and actually it is Suzanne. The actual model itself is Suzanne. But yeah, there's going to be Suzanne's on the stamps. The happy accidents. There have been many happy accidents, especially with stuff like this, with the cables. It's like, I don't control this. So I'm going to just need to push a few points. Everything is Suzanne, yeah. Proves how visual coding can be incredibly productive and creative. Yeah. I just, I wish more people knew about this stuff, because it's so, like, interesting and exciting, you know? The whole, yeah, like, as designers, especially like when we were starting out, nobody was talking about this. Nobody was saying like, oh yeah, you should build everything with nodes, or you should like try this math stuff. No, it's like nobody really knew about it. So it's so cool to see that actually you can have like a really good time just messing around with this stuff. Make sure the tuned cable is lit. That's a good point. I need to work out how to splice into that cable, and I have no clue. I mean, do we actually even go close to it? Oh, do you know what? There's literally a light right there in front of it. You can't even see. I spent like half an hour making that cable tuned. Yeah, I'm not even sad. That saves me a problem. What on earth? Alright. Are we all fixed down here? Let's grab a little bit of a bigger radius, 0.15. Just want to move these off that, 0.2. I wish more maths teachers would use Blender as an example of what you can accomplish with maths. Yeah, for sure. It's just really incredible. And like, what a great way of learning maths as well. You know, if I'd got into this at school, I was using Blender at school when I was 11, 12, 13, 14. And at no point was I like, oh, you know, I should start making shaders or procedural stuff. But it actually would have been incredibly powerful if I had done some of that. Alright, let's take another one of these. I'm going to just push another piece. So these just need to be added together because of how we're masking. And just move the whole cable to the front. So this point here, paste cursor location. Cannot believe how much easier that add-on makes life. We're going to be moving stuff. Where are we going to be moving stuff? Are we going right? Yes, we are. 0.05. You have a question. Why is my viewport performance way better if I realize instances? I thought instances are better for performance. That's actually a really good question. Instances are better for cycles, I believe. I think instances might be more resource intensive on the CPU, whereas realized geometry is more RAM intensive. I may well be completely wrong about this. I also was really surprised when I found this out, and I was just like, that's completely counterintuitive to what I've been told for the last 6 months. 0.05. A little bit bigger here. Just going to move these out of the end of the book. 0.11. 0.15. That's good enough. So let's move those. I'm happy with all of how this is going. This. Let's just let's take another one. Move it again, just in the forward direction this time. Join this up. There we go, and this one is going 0 in the minus y 0.05 minus 0.1 minus 0.5. That's weird. Oh, I don't actually know where the point is. Oh yeah, there it is. You deep fried a turkey. Whoa. What? You deep fried a turkey? What on earth? Why would you deep fry a turkey? That's so strange. How much oil do you have to use? Is it like a whole turkey? What an odd thing to do. Is this normal behaviour? Delicious as fuck. I'm sure it was very nice, but how bizarre. That's so funny. Right, let's change these a little bit. 4 gallons of oil. Do you have a deep fat fryer at home? My God, I don't think I know anybody who owns a deep fat fryer. That's nuts. That is nuts. Alright, there we go. Your finger got hit with the oil. That's crazy. I hope you didn't deep fat fry it from frozen, because that's like... I bet that could explode. Oh my God. Oh my God, this is going into the bath. Oh, let's add... the gallon says it all, that's so true. Only one place uses gallons as a unit. I need... Oh God, I need to sneeze actually. We're good, we're good. Do you do it in your backyard? You don't even do it in the house. That's so funny, like going outside in the middle of November to deep fry and like a huge chicken. Alright, okay, one more. I need to push these ones out of the way as well. Yeah, I know. I'm like all about health and safety, and then just putting live cables straight into the bath. Paste cursor location. So freaking good. We're gonna go back 0.1. I don't know where this cable even goes. Let's move it down a little bit. That's fine. These will be covered with bubble bath anyway. American oil. Just like a robin or something, like a sparrow with its legs sticking out the bath. I need to find all the points where these get really close to the sides and just stick a bunch of drawing pins in it. Do you know what, that's actually probably quite an easy thing to do. If I grab a material mesh, subdivide mesh, and I just instance like really high number of points on here. So point, distribute points on faces, and then we can calculate how close these are to the lines, and where it's like basically 0 we can instance pins. What, on average 5 people a year are killed by deep fat frying turkeys? How? Like they fall into the oil? I'm literally so shocked that you deep fry turkeys. That's such a big thing to deep fry. People who've never used oil before. Where is my cable? Cable's over here. Grab these down here. Whole house lost to the fires. Oh, I don't even need to subdivide that actually. Geometry proximity from our curve to mesh. The faces, that's fine. Compare where the distance is less than. We're going to go with 1 centimeter. If the distance is less than that, or greater than that. No, wait, we can do it. It's fine with less than that. Then we can instance on points. Frozen meat and hot oil. I can't believe people are deep frying frozen stuff. Like, surely you've got to realise that that's going to expand very abruptly and not be able to handle the expansion. Where are our thumbtacks? Drawing pins, where are you? This is true. I suppose it counts. It depends on what you consider an injury. If you want to say it's only like a life-threatening injury, then you're good. Or maybe it doesn't count because it was like worth it for the dinner. I'm actually really interested in trying deep fried turkey now. Well, I am a bad vegetarian. But that just sounds like such a... what an odd treat. Okay, so we're going to stick our selection here. Where the gender reveal party. Yes, I can't believe that. There's like, I was reading a thing about the woman who basically popularized gender reveal parties, which is such a strange thing. And she's basically been going on like, please stop doing this, it's terrible. And then everybody keeps doing it and starting bushfires. Such a ridiculous place. Alright, we need to take the rotation as well, that's fine. And I need way higher density. Much higher than this. Do we even have anything coming out? Oh, there are some. Alright. You could cook it and not eat it and remain a vegetarian. That's like the wrong part. I want nothing to do with cooking a turkey. That's just, especially not in a deep fat fryer. I'm like the most risk averse person. I get scared of anything. 1.5. Yeah, it's stormy here as well. This is pretty good actually. Let's increase the number of here. It's up to 500. Should hopefully get a few more points. Might need to randomize the rotation so they're clipping a little bit less. Toolkit, utilities, random vector. Let's just set this to like 0.5. Something like that is fine. Set this to pick instances, so randomize is a bit better. Have a look down here. So we've got some of the back. Not any on the ceiling. Maybe I need more points on here. 0.2. Oh, there we go. That's a bit better. And I need to bring this back to the wall very slightly. There we go. Nice. Now it feels like something is sort of happening intentionally. And still definitely doesn't produce enough light though to actually illuminate. Catch the past streams. It's one of those things that you kind of turn a tipping point where you've made loads of things and then you can finally actually start adding them together. The group. Oh, the timings on the group. Yeah. I mean, it should just not appear at all, shouldn't it? I think some of the groups, do they... Oh, I don't think any of them are actually reading a time, at least. Turn up the bloom. Wait, we've not even tried this in... I don't know if Eevee will like it because they're emissive. Yeah, they're not lights, they're just emissive. We'll need some external light to show the book titles anyway. True. Put a light in that chandelier so it's sparkling, some whiterish light. Yeah, true. Right, let's go back to cycles. Let's crank up the light to like more. That's quite nice. I mean, we can always, of course, turn up the actual what's it called? If I go up to like 300 emissive. Hey, Anth. We can turn up the exposure. Is that going to do the same thing? Let's just make it whiter. Yeah, basically. Set it to 2. That'll be fine. I'm actually really happy with how this is coming out. Have a light shine out the tin can. Yes. We need a fire. A little fire going. And maybe some little volumetrics. Oh, we've got something to add to the list. Smoke coming out the door of the tin. Aces would be great. I've heard mixed things about aces. Some people, especially in production, love it. And some people, like who are into colour and like colour science, hate it. So I'm really conflicted about jumping on the aces bandwagon. I would definitely use it if it was easier though. I'm really bummed that the books keep changing colour. That's a pain, isn't it? I might actually have to manually assign different colours. 20 things. Oh, 21 now. I need to get the drawing pin material as well. Have these even got material? They do. They're using the button material. That's not right. Maybe it is. Well, maybe we'll just use the buttons then. Button material. You're struggling with the node-based stuff. What do you recommend? I've got some videos. I'd watch my video and then you should set yourself a project. Basically, that's all there is to it, really. Just do it until it's easy. It's difficult really to recommend anything specific. It's just like, just keep working at it until it makes sense. That's what I'd recommend. Every time you run into a problem, look up that problem. There's no point in starting off with like trying to learn every single thing that you can learn about everything that you'll just never manage. It's not really a good way of working. But if you come up with a personal project, you'll start on it and you'll be like, okay, well I can't do this. So then you look that up, and then you'll be able to move forwards a little bit, and then you'll find another thing and you'll be like, well, don't really know how this works. And then you'll look it up and you'll be able to do that. And you'll just keep doing that until you know everything, until you can problem solve every single situation you come across. I mean, that's really just how learning anything works. Just sort of incrementally add stuff to your stuff. Yeah, Sanctus, Johnny Matthews, me. You can look at Bad Normal stuff. You can look at some of the CG Matter stuff. Who else has good content for geometry nodes? You can look at Chris Preninger. You can look at Entagma. If you want math stuff, you can look at 3 Blue 1 Brown. There we go, that'll do for these. Base mesh. Turn down the roughness a little bit on these. Kind of shiny. Yeah, crispy. Do we have one for cork? We do. Awesome. Let's give this a little bit of a browner colour. And high roughness. Man, I wish I could use image textures. That would make my life a lot easier at this point. Right then. Fire in the stove. Add new. Here we go. Oh man, whoever told me to stand up, thank you so much. This is actually so much better for streaming. I feel so much more like alive and able to think. I way prefer standing. Sketches for Humanity. Oh yes, he's the Scandi guy, isn't he? I remember watching one of his videos and it gets to the end and then he just like starts playing disc golf, which I thought was so funny. Fire. Here we go. Where is our stove? It's up here. Right, we need to just have a look at the stove for a minute. Maybe we go back a bit further. Oops. Back a little bit further. Here we go. So we can join in just something. A fun collab. That would actually be really fun. I should do more collaborative stuff. Things I want to do more collaboration with people who are like quite different. So it's like there's more value in the collaboration rather than it just being like two people who are kind of stepping on each other's toes. You know, like if I could do a collaboration with like a Unity developer or something like that, or an Unreal developer, because I'm going to be doing more stuff with Looking Glass, you know, like the holographic displays. So they were talking about potentially becoming like a bit of a channel sponsor in more of like a long-term way, which would be amazing because it would mean that I would be able to actually like finance doing more content, which would be obviously good for everybody. But obviously I'd be doing a little bit more kind of tailored stuff towards them as well. But it'd be awesome if I could do some like real-time holographic stuff with maybe like a Unity or an Unreal developer and actually have a little bit more integration. And maybe we could do stuff on like Twitch or something, because then you can use bots to actually control live the actual interaction, what's going on, so then we can have much more kind of experiential stuff, even though we're all still, you know, working alone, freelancers. Obviously the pandemic's getting, like the pandemic looks like it's going to be getting worse in winter with all of these new variants, so I think more and more people are going to be working from home yet again. So yeah, I want to try and find out ways to basically bring people together more online. And yeah, of course we're going to do the game jam in a couple of weeks actually. I have to plan that. It's going to be in December, which is in 4 days. So I think probably I will plan to do it second week of December. and that's going to be like a week or maybe 10 days or something of like collaboration. We'll run it through Discord to create like a communal environment in a sort of online platform where everybody can go and interact and like hang out together in this community made space. Anyway, that's the idea. And there'll be prizes. We're going to give away some Blender socks and maybe some more precious gifts if we can find them, which I think we actually can. So stay tuned for that for sure. It's going to be good. Right, in here I'm just going to put an icosphere with our fire texture on it. And it needs to be little. Radius of 0.05, 0.02. Transform, let's move it down a little bit. 0, minus 0.02. Oh, Blender Sushi Guy. Yes. I've actually done a little Twitter collab with him before. We made some... He sent me a bunch of motion capture, motion tracked stuff. And I made some little landscapes that went in them and like relit the scene. It was cool. He's I've learned so much from him. So much. And there we go. Mesh material, set material. Set this one to fire. And we can set the actual fire to be sort of an orange emission. Shader emission, black body, less, maybe a little bit more, strength of 5 or something. Alright, let's go check at the end what's going on. Definitely needs something else, doesn't it? It needs maybe some stuff put in front of it. Also needs to get a little bit more fiery coloured. And maybe we need some volumes in here. It's all going to get very heavy. It's looking pretty good though. This is definitely a communal effort. I wouldn't have thought of half of these things without you folks. Right. I still want to put in some, like a clothesline with some little pants hanging on them. I think that would be so cute. Maybe we can just put a mouse. I was going to do the mouse in the sock, but I'm going to strike that one off the list. Just because these lights are actually such a feature. And once we get more stuff hanging, like mushrooms and leaves and things, it's going to get a little bit cluttered. So something big like a sock is just not going to be feasible. Would a particle system be considered as a node? No. But it's procedural, so you can use particle systems because it's not really like node Vember, it's like proceduralism. Specifically proceduralism for the month. Right, earphones. I need to make some earphones and I need to hang them right in here. But before we do, let's put some sticks in front of, or just instant on that ball. And they can be not set material, they just want to be separate. So, distribute points on faces. We're going to be grabbing, and we might as well grab the sticks that we've already made actually. Or maybe not, because they're way over there. So let's instance on points. And then join this up. Here we go. This can be joined in. We're going to just do planes, I think. It's just to give some sense of something being in there. With just his nose sticking out. That would be pretty cute, actually. like a little hunkered down or something. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to have a think about it. It would be cool to add something. I mean, there's definitely going to be a mouse in the bath, but we'll only see its tail. But it might be nice to have something on the ground floor as well, like it's just another character to look at. Right, grid size 0.005, maybe 0.03 long. Instance, rotation. Is that not working? 500. Oh, that's pretty good actually. $10,000. Is it not easy just to add a little bit of ambient light to decrease the contrast a bit? Well, kind of, yes, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know, it can be a bit tricky to gauge how much. Like, because if you just add like flat light, I don't know, it depends what you're after. Ah, Bruno, good night, man. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I will think about the lighting properly. Just for now, I was thinking that the main lighting would come from these, but maybe we can have some additional light bulbs, like maybe like the small kind of like you have in car headlights or something like that. It could be wired up, or maybe a torch might be cute, like a little pin torch. Got to see how it goes, but yeah, we're definitely going in the right direction. Where are we up to now? What time is it? 1:45. We're still alright. Right, let's do the bubble bath. I think that's going to be the next one that we want to add. Find our teacup. Toothbrush, earring, teacup, here it is. I just make a bit of space in front. And I might do this before the transform so we can just join it in nicely. Some kind of reflective surface on the floor. On the wall we are looking into but hidden from camera. Oh, do you know what? That's actually pretty wise. Let's have a look at how that would work. 90 degrees. Do something like that. And I would like it to be not visible to the camera, so object. What am I looking for in here? Visibility, turn it off for the camera. So that's looking good. I mean, even just that much is actually bouncing a load of light back inside. If I add something like the chrome. Could do. Have a mirror was on that list, yeah, but I was just unsure about where it would shine, or like where it would reflect. Put something behind the perfume bottle for light. Oh yeah, maybe we could literally just put a light inside the perfume. Because that glass as well, I've made it so it breaks energy conservation. So I mean, that's already lighting actually quite a lot more. At least like punching in a bunch of fill light, but it's a consistent colour, like consistent for the scene, so that's pretty good. So in that case, what we're going to do is we're going to add, do you know what, I'm just going to leave it. I've added it manually. Fight me. Reflector. There we go. Right, the yeah, the light up here, let's try that then. Can't click on it, that's better. Yeah, before we add the bubble bath, let's add a light up inside this flask. I can just do that. Something like that, and mesh primitive, icosphere, transform, paste cursor location. I cannot explain how useful that add-on is to paste the cursor location. That should just be, that should absolutely be default functionality. 0.02, 0.01. 0.01. And material, set material. Let's just go for the emission for now. That's definitely too bright. Must feel like cheating. Literally does. Maybe the fire is a better one. Does kind of look good. Maybe I make it smaller and go back to the, I don't know, 0.0. Like a little mouse hole. Could do. Could do. 0.05. Go down slightly here, 0.5. Alright. I've actually got my exposure set really high. Oh, actually didn't make a huge difference. Right, where are we going now? The textures, when I start putting wood textures on stuff, it should make quite a big difference actually. The headphones, that's the next one. That's the next one. Control J. This one needs to find its perfume bottle, which is over here. Right, no, bubble bath. So bad at staying on track. Let's grab this one. And yeah, there's going to be quite a lot of post-editing as well. I definitely don't shy away from... Whoa, that was a power cut. Is my internet still up? Let me know if my internet's still going, because I just had a little power cut. I've got quite a lot of stuff running off my power supply though. Are we still good? Cool, 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 cool. Right, I can probably just do this with a cone. Grab a cone in here. Transform. Click that on there. Paste cursor location. Radius bottom 0.0. If I remember how big we did this, 0.06. 0.006. Depth is going to be like 0.04. Where even is this cone? Oh right, I haven't actually joined it in. There we go. Oh. Power is definitely not happy at the moment. There's probably a tree down or something over the power line. Obviously not ideal. that cursor location thing, does it paste into a vector widget? So yeah, anytime you right click on a vector, regardless of what type of vector it is, it just pastes cursor location. Takes the cursor. Yeah, save. Thanks. Maybe I actually save a new number as well here. Right. Let's come down here. Shift click on there, paste cursor location. There we go. A little bit bigger, a little bit on the top as well, a little bit more on the depth. Maybe I make the whole thing a little bit smaller actually. So I'm going to instance a bunch of spheres on it, and that's going to be my bubble bath. Something like that is fine. These can both be zeroed out. Let's grab point, distribute points for faces. We need many. Sounds very useful. It is. Oh my god, I've been using it like non-stop since we've added it. Non-stop. Remember, Jesus saves. Instance points, instance on points, mesh primitive, icosphere, instance, more points, teeny tiny. Oh, I can see what I'm doing here. I'm about to make this just horribly slow. Random float on my scale. What happens if we turn this up to like 200,000? It's alright, we should randomize the location though. Instances, no, set geometry, set position, input position, layout, random vector, here we go. This is the new position, and we can just tweak this very slightly. Maybe we can also make this subdivision surface. Something like this. Needs to be a smidgen bigger. And just a touch taller as well. Good. Now I wonder what happens if we remesh these with a mesh, volume to mesh. Britain power goes down. To be fair, we're pretty good for power cuts. Although I do have a battery for my PC, just in case. It's just like when you're working, especially if it's on professional work, client work, and you have a power cut, it's like the worst. It's the worst. And then you're just like, you're out, and you can't even send them the files for them to carry on. I think this is probably fine as is. Volume to mesh. This is not volume. Mesh to volume. Mesh to points. Points to volume. There we go. Oh god, please don't crash. Oh, am I back? Is my audio back? Hopefully. Let me know if you can hear me. The universe is telling you to go to bed. Oh, I just loaded something. Oh no. It's loaded, but we've got the points to volume trying to compute. We've saved in the wrong place. Alright, we might actually just have to wait for this. This is awful. Did you get a previous... the comedy of a save? Yeah, oh my god. It's a shame there's no way to cancel computation. Right, let's try again. Let's try... Oh, yes! Oh my god, it managed to update itself. We're golden. Bubbles are back. Yeah. Okay. Mesh. Set shade smooth. Oh, I just saw lightning. Damn, definitely having a storm tonight. Save again, yeah, for sure. Set material. This has to, we need like a special bubbles material that is going to be beautiful and shiny and transparent. Bubbles. There we go. Love it. Yeah, the universe always goes to bed before me. I'm actually, like, my sleep schedule is shot. Right, shiny, that's good. Do we want subsurface scattering? Yes, we do. And did that do anything? Oh, no, because I haven't applied the bubbles. Alright, super low. And I need as well, for some of these, I need it to be like random. Use a Voronoi texture. Well, I mean, I've literally made the spheres instead. So this is fine, we'll just randomize the transmission. Right, we need to see how it looks in space. I mean, in the space. In context. Do you think Suzanne would look like a mouse from the back if you made her ears bigger? Maybe, actually. Whoa, it's like reset all of our... There we go. Oh, it's like a weird pot of caviar. It's not ideal, is it? Let's use a Fresnel and some map ranges. I want to set them more likely for things to be transparent in the middle. Something like that. Oops. And bring in the outside here. Cool, cool, cool. For now, to control the transmission, yeah. Well, the likelihood of it anyway. So this is going to be like the opaqueness. So transmission strength. Let's flip these the other way. Oops. This one. Actually, do you know what? That looks pretty good. Maybe we just do that directly. That's pretty close, although obviously the light is getting lost very easily. So maybe we can also do something else. Yeah, if in doubt, just put in higher values. Alright, now we just need to add a tail for the mouse. That'll be fine, won't it? Now, I don't actually know what a mouse's tail looks like, so we're going to look this up. Mouse tail. Okay, I should have actually just searched mouse. That's pretty grim. Let's go for... oh, and now it's computer mouse. Animal. Alright. Yeah, they look kind of like what you expect. Just a tapered, wiggly worm. Nice, perfect. Cool. Cool. Passively learning. That's what it's all about. You've got to accidentally learn all of the things, because otherwise, oh god, it's so hard to actively learn stuff. The idea is just to be around, like have a peer group that is engaged in the thing that you want to learn. That's the thing, you know, like that, the old adage, when you want to like become a millionaire, hang out with millionaires. It's so true, like live the life. Don't live the, like, it's not just for show, right? You've got to actually do it all the time, and being around those people makes you go into that kind of train of thinking. But it's the same with learning anything. Like if your peer group is motivated about you know, working in a certain way, that's why universities can be really good for a lot of people, because you get swept up in it, you get pulled along. What's this stuff? These are the fairy lights, I think. Fairy light wire. Yeah, it's okay. We're interested in this side of our cup. Let's have a look at this. I think it's because this damn reflector plane thing. Alright, so I need to look at it from this side and then add a bezier. It's so weird, but also beautiful. So true. Bezier segment. Let's drop this in here. Oh, definitely don't join it up. Start position. Shift, click. Whoa, did that not work? Oh, it's unloaded that add-on that I added. Let's re-enable that one. 3D cursor to geometry nodes, there we go. Control U, save user preferences. Paste cursor location. We also need to just curve to mesh on this. We need a curve, not tangent, curve parameter. We can probably actually get away with just using the curve parameter. I'm going to invert it so it's fat to thin, but that's just going to be my radius. Probably don't need it because it's just a taper. Although we will see. Curve set radius. Here we go. Join this up, and then curve circle. Join this one up. Fill caps, that's fine. Resolution 12 is fine. Thickness of 0.002. Did you see the face stretch attribute? No. What is that? The face stretch attribute? That sounds awesome. If you have a link to it, I would be definitely interested in having a look at it though. What does it do? Oh, is it like to calculate the deformation? Like comparing face areas between different states of the mesh? I know I've seen stuff like that for tension maps, right? What's this next one going to be? So we're coming down a little bit. And then over here. And then might as well just finish in that place as well. How many square meters is your node tree if printed on paper with readable font size? Oh man, I mean, pretty big. Yeah, pretty big. Like, I guess my monitor is probably are we going in meters square or square meters? I guess square meters. I'm going to say 8 square meters to be readable at an estimate. That's funny, I've never actually thought about the scale of a node tree like that before. Right, where's this mouse tail? I need more points. Probably not that many more though. And we're just going to come down in the y-axis. Something like this. Maybe move it up a little bit. Maybe move this one down. Man, this is actually really difficult to control. Only meters. Do you want it in acres? Sure, we can work that out for you. Probably make a node to work it out. Oh, come on. There we go. Kind of want to have this like that way. There's some images if you scroll up a little bit. In the could use a bump instead. In the dev chat, right? In the Blender chat. So I'll scroll through here. Oh, it's so funny seeing like Riaz's node group turn up. Oh man, this chat is literally so active, it's ridiculous. We're back to 5 PM today. Maybe I should just search for it. Jump to, oh nice. Yeah, you're getting that weight. The weight's coming out. How do you compare? I don't understand how you can compare the pre and post. Because you've got the modifier for the armature, right? Or do you have to have two? Oh, you've got 2 meshes coming in, that's why. I see. Looks awesome though. It would be really good if we could, on the object info node, just have a little tick box which says like pre or post modifiers. So it's whether or not you get the original version unmodified or, you know, the modified version. It's an octopus tentacle. That would be so funny. I have an octopus donut. I'm not going to put that in, but that would be pretty funny. Alright, let's come up a smidge. Damn, it's actually really difficult to get this looking about right. Also got to think about what the actual camera angle is once it's been stuck in scene. Oh, it's pretty close actually, do you know? That's... I can work with that. It is very subtle though. And I think it tapers too quickly. I'm going to have to use a float curve. That's alright though. It's funny, these streams, I swear, they're like the longest that I don't listen to music for. I normally have music going all the time, and then obviously for like copyright reasons and people having different tastes, I don't ever put music on during streams. So anyway, radius, something like this, come this way, bend it a little bit. Oh, I always find it so weird that the Bezier segment and surely that's got to be a bug. Bezier segment and quadratic Bezier. Even if you have a resolution, the radius does not work properly. You have to re-sample the curve. Bezier segment, or Beziers don't radius good without resample. Top quality English. Right, resample curve. And now magically it works perfectly immediately. Something like that. Awesome. You play your sound from SoundStation. It's so difficult because I know like some people listening are like really into their metal, and then I'm obviously not. Well, maybe not obviously, but I'm like more into kind of chill stuff like shoegazer, kind of work, stuff like slow dive, you know. And then a lot of what is actually freely available is like chill step and hip hop and stuff like that. And I just, so difficult. Do you monitor your voice in your headphones? Yeah, that's literally the only reason I wear them actually. Because if I don't wear them, then I end up walking away from the microphone, and like obviously you can't really hear me. So I have to know what it sounds like to you, because otherwise I just walk off. I'm really bad at doing that. Alex Horn and Horn section. Club Banger 1996. I think the stream is still going. Mine's all saying it's still going. Let me know though. It did just... We dropped a lot of people very suddenly. We have a dip. So like on the analytics page, on like the live page, I can see the number of viewers at any one time, and it just like suddenly drops down to 8 people. Very strange. All right, let's get back to this. I need a mouse tail material, and then I need to make some headphones. Oh, what's this? Oh, paperclip. We need this later. This one is the gum and the cork. Any more? Oh, we don't have these ones in. Needle and button. These ones need adding. Oh, I came back by 144p. It should be alright. I'm assuming that's probably just your, that's probably just the internet on your end, if that's happened. Right, yo. Oh, is it buffering a little? God damn. OBS is still reading that it's uploading okay, so I'm going to go with that. It might be that my internet is not having a good time with the storm that we're having. Oh, it's now on Tidal. Slow dive, great. I'm a big fan. All right then, I need... Definitely going to need to add some additional light bulbs. Maybe we can do some like what are they called, like Nixie bulbs or something? You know, like the valve ones. You get the big filament in them. I do want to add the... There's so many things I want to add. Yeah, maybe actually. Oh, do you know what? That dip in the analytics has disappeared now. Maybe it was just a momentary YouTube thing. Right, this one is mouse. We are looking for the mouse tail. Up here, we need the select material to be mouse. And the mouse is a little bit brown compared to everything else, so it's probably going to show up quite dark. Not going to bother with subsurface scattering on it because it's not enough illumination. Alright, we'll go with that for now. We'll add some light bulbs in a bit, probably, unless well, we'll see where we get to. For now, I'm going to add just those headphone cable, have a little bit of set dressing here in the middle. Now we have a lot of lights here, so I might also cull some of these points for the lighting, just so I can frame things. Perfect connection to Central Europe. That's good. You are pretty close to me, so I would hope so. Let's grab... Right, I'm just going for like some normal, like normal headphones. Like this, and I can just stick them at the end of some wire. What is the best way to make those though? Maybe like a curve with a small radius and then up to a big radius. Actually, yeah, that's probably a good way to do it. So we'll grab a Bezier segment. Into solid. And just regular. Gonna start at 0 because that's where we're going to be instancing them on the cables. We'll make everything 0 for now. Headphones are about 3 centimeters long, I think. So X 0.03, internal 0.03, and in Y 0.015. Tiny Nick, see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Here we go, something like this. Move up this handle a little bit like that. That's pretty fine. Let's grab a curve primitive, circle, curve to mesh. Join this in like that. I need to have a much lower radius, maximum of about 0.008, something like that, and then let's fill caps. I see you later, bud. Curve parameter on a utility flipped curve. You could do cracks and pinholes in the plaster to allow some light to come through from the other side. That might be quite interesting to do. Experiment with cracks in plaster for light. I would be slightly worried that it might be a bit distracting. That you've got these like brilliant white lights, and then obviously you'd have like shafts of light coming through the. You'd have to have some volumes or something to make it worthwhile, I think. Sort of visually. Curve radius. Factor into here. So we're going to start low. We're going to stay low. Oh, and the Bezier segment needs a resample because it's, I don't know. A subtle emissive on the reflector. Oh, yeah, maybe. I mean, I think it does actually add quite a lot of light quite effectively. These headphones don't look like headphones, do they? 0.01. Just because it's reflecting so much from those internal bits of light. This is probably quite good. I want to actually make it a little bit past itself. 0.032, something like that. Okay, let's make it low res, and then we'll just subdivide it. Something like this. Mesh subdivision surface. Let's bring this down to like 8. That'll do. That'll do us. So this is our earbud, and now I need to make some. Oh, I need a connector as well, don't I? 3.5mm jack at the other end. Actually, a very similar thing. Or is it? I don't think I even have any headphones anymore to look at. I've not seen wired headphones in ages, except for the ones I'm wearing. Alright, I think I know what that looks like. So, something like that, right? And we can do a few things with curves. So 2 cylinders and a curve line with curve parameter. That'll do us. Right, mesh cylinder. Let's make this approximately the same size, so we'll just stick these together. Let's go for 8 and radius of 0.002, depth of 0.01. Maybe a little bit longer, 0.012, something like that. And we need to have 2 of these. Isn't the Bezier segment just 2 points? Oh, is that true? Yeah, you're probably right, actually. I think it confuses me because the curve actually has a resolution. So in my head, it's like points. But I think you're right, Oh, little MP3 player might actually be a cool idea. Little iPod. Yeah, I'll have a think. I don't want the scene to get like too busy, that's the thing. I mean, I want it to be very busy, but I don't want it to be unreadable, like illegible. Oh man, my jaw. Okay, let's go rotate these 90 degrees over here. Let's make it a little bit taller, 0.02, 0.003 or something. And we'll move up 0.01, there we go. Now we need another of the same cylinders, we can just join these together. This one is going to go 90 in the Z. And it's going to be moved 2 in that, 2 in both these. Oops. Minus 0.2, could be a bit less, minus 0.15. A little bit more like that. And now I need to grab a curve, primitive curve line. Just delete that bug because that's not actually a bug. I need to resample it. I need a float curve, set curve radius, curve to mesh, and circle curve. So curve line goes in here. Set curve radius. This one's going to be a lot of vector points, I think. And we can just join in like that. This one needs to be from this point. Paste cursor location. And the endpoint, actually we're just going to go in a direction, which is going to be minus y. And it's going to be a length of 0.02, something like that. I'll listen to shoegazers, you like it. It's such a cool genre. If you like shoegaze, so it's like named after the fact that the guitarists just kind of like hang out on stage and just stare at their shoes basically while they play, compared to like in rock and roll or metal where people are a lot more physical, I guess. 0.002, that's probably about right. Alright, so point here, point. What is shoegazers? So shoegazer and like dream pop, they're genres of music, yeah. Had to look at the guitar pedals. Vector handles. Something like that. Kind of looks like a hairdryer. Alright. Yeah, no, I read the chat. I'm like always looking at the chat. I think I'm probably like, I don't know, there'll be a bit of delay between me actually like seeing the chat and the video coming through, but I do try and respond to stuff. Point 0.8 maybe. 0.5. Right now I'm making some headphones. Trying to do some headphone stuff because I've got this scene and I need a clothes line and I want it to be made out of the cable from a pair of headphones. Yeah. So now I actually need to stick it in the scene. If I can find out where I need to go. So we're going to be sticking it in somewhere around here. I want to cull some of these LEDs. The fairy lights. Where's our selection? Here it is. So I can just make a selection box or something on here. Mask. Selection box. Oops. Let's bring this here. Paste cursor location. I'm only wanting ones which are outside our selection, which is going to be 0.1 by 0.1 by... Actually, that's pretty good. Just getting rid of a few extra pieces there. Within geometry nodes, yeah. So this is the node tree at the moment. See, we've got a few things going on, but it's kind of coming together. It's looking pretty sweet. We need to work out a bit more stuff with the lighting. But it's quite nice at the moment. Yeah, so I think I need definitely some more lighting. Some down here, some at the top. It's a bit like no energy punk. Exactly. That's actually such a good description. I just really like chill music. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm like quite a chill person, so I like to just hang out and have everything just kind of pass me by. Alright. Let's make this a little bit bigger in the Y. 0.2. There we go. That's made us a little bit of space for our clothesline. I guess my PC is fairly good, but geometry nodes, I mean, yeah, I guess so. It's got a fair amount of stuff going on. I actually kind of like it in the clay finish. You actually get to see some more of the contours and things. Yeah, they do, yeah. People like temples. If you want stuff which is a bit more kind of dreamy, psychedelic, temples are pretty good. Slug are really good. They do a mean live show as well. It's like actually insane. Alright, I need to manually place another curve. So, yeah. That's why it's called shoegaze. I need to like hang off something. I guess I don't really know what it's going to be hanging off. It can't just be like stuck against the side. Maybe it's just going to go around a thumbtack. We can stick one of those on the wall and on the book. Can recommend Seahawks. Let me make a note. The Seattle Seahawks music. Awesome. No, thanks for that. I can also recommend the Japanese house. So right back at you. Yeah, Japanese house. I should just like... Does anybody know if there's like a share link for your Spotify favorites? Because I could just like drop a link to my liked songs. Can I share these? I have no idea how Spotify really works. I don't know if there are any using EBOs. It's another thing I'm going to look up. Hey. What does it do? That's another power cut. Alright, you just have to let me know if the video dips too much. So an EBO seems to be like something that you stick on your guitar. I can't really work out what it does. Do they shoot arrows? Yeah, Japanese house, so good, right? I absolutely love the effects that she puts on her voice, like the choral chorus effect. It just like suits her so good. So good. And she just has that like beautiful timbre of voice as well. EBOs are like oscillating electromagnets. Oh, amazing. It vibrates them. Wow, I've got a tab open with those. I'll check them after the stream. That sounds awesome. It's been ages since I've really played my guitars. I really need to get back into it. Japanese house is a girl or a woman, I think. I don't know if it's a whole band. She makes some just incredible music though. You can share a Spotify profile. Ah, okay, let me do that. If I can work out. Oh, I'm definitely too dumb for this. Alright, I will look that up another time. Do I play guitar? Badly. It's been a really long time. I used to be quite good, but and also not this kind of music either, like what we're talking about. I played like Spanish classical, like fingerstyle. So like a bit of flamenco, a bit of classical. But that was years ago now, like we're talking 2016, 2015. Yeah, 2015. Alright, I need mesh primitive, no, curve primitive. Or do I mean a mesh primitive? It's probably easier for me to do it this way. Curve line, we'll go from and to, so let's set a position here. paste cursor location. I'm like, I just can't. This add-on is so good, so good. You play classical too, awesome. Your parents made you do it instead of rock guitar. That probably set you up way better to play better rock than if you just like studied rock guitar. Learning fingerstyle and yeah, like actually how music works, and then going across to more kind of abstracted stuff like rock. So good. Have you ever played Little Nightmares? I have not. Let me add this one to my growing list of tabs for things to check. Oh, I can see why you're recommending this. That's gorgeous. Oh, is it a PlayStation exclusive? Oh, it's on Steam as well. Oh my god, it's currently 80% off on Steam. Alright, if you want something to play, which is apparently highly rated or highly reviewed. There we go, Little Nightmares. There we go. Currently like £4, down from 16. You can use Blender for music as well. You can actually. There's some like music nodes that you can download an add-on for. That game looks gorgeous, so I'm gonna definitely get that. Right. Oh, crunchy knees. I need. We're gonna have to like loop stuff at each end as well, aren't we? Man, this is where just normally modelling stuff would come in so handy. I'm gonna have to like stick a bunch of stuff together. Yes, audio nodes, that's the one. There's also some which link up. Wait, maybe it is audio nodes. You can link up to MIDI devices. In fact, I think there's like a MIDI node for animation nodes as well now. Curve. Set spline type to Bezier. Set handle type to auto is fine. Set handle positions. Need 2 of these so that we can move it down the same on both ends. Let's get an input vector. Grab these into the position offsets. And there we go, we're starting to get there. Then a curve to mesh. I'm actually going to use the same profile curve that we used on our fairy lights, which is somewhere over here. This one, I can just plug in over here, shift, click, there we go. And now I should be able to just join this up and have a look. And it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Yeah, this is, I mean, we're talking like 20 hours of streaming on this, like a really very slow progress. Just like hanging out, chatting and making all this stuff on stream. Oh, me saying it doesn't work, and then it's like, yeah, you haven't plugged it in, genius. Let's try joining this up. There we go. Interesting that one of them is like coming out and down. Oh, no it's not, it's because I'm being... What am I doing? Free. There we go. Okay. If we had the extrude node, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's just a bit janky that we've just kind of wrangled. But I think we are getting there now. Let's get one end here instead, copy cursor location, and the other end over there, copy cursor location. I need to, let's just set the radius a little bit lower. Curve, set curve radius. Let's bring this down. It wants to be slightly finer than our actual fairy lights. And we can also set curve tilt. I want to twist it along its length. But I wish there was a way to do like concat curves to join them together. Yeah, tutorial mindset can be a cage. I know when people have been like really stressed about making streams and I've spoken to them, it's always like, oh, I haven't like planned this out. I haven't done like a test run. It's like, if you're doing test runs, like if this is a tutorial, just record the tutorial. Don't add the added stress of being on stream and then trying to make it perfect. It's all about just, like, the point of live streaming is it's live, right? It's about, like, just, this is the workflow. Curve parameter. Down here. And I think it's really good as well for younger artists to see that even people who they see on social media as being like good at what they do, it's like there's so much trial and error to actually get there. Like nobody just walks straight up to the answer. Alright, this goes like that. And then we need it to hang down in the opposite direction over this book, which is going to be a manually positioned Bezier curve. Oy oy. Set curve radius, I can go at the end, because this is going to be for all of these curve sections, which I'm going to join together. It's great for looking at 140p on your phone. It's great for all artists. I think what I meant was newer artists. Yeah, sorry. I need to put a thumbtack at each end of these as if they're like pinning them down. And do you know what? Maybe I could add another curve line that's going to be more or less in the same place, but slightly different, because then it's... Oh, but then maybe I need it zigzagging. Maybe I need 3. Ah, see you later. Thanks for tuning in today. Right, so this one is going to be just a little bit further back on this one. Paste cursor location. Nice. That one's looking good. And then I need another one. Join this one up. And then this one's going to come slightly back on this one. Paste cursor location. There we go. Now we've got it zigzagging. That is a believable amount of cable. So I don't listen to tunes while I live stream. No, because I end up just listening to the music rather than talking. And I think talking is a part of doing this. How long have I been dabbling with 3D? My first 3D package was Pro Desktop 2000i, which is like a precursor to Pro Engineer. And my brother got it from secondary school. He's 5 years older than me. And he installed it on the home PC and he showed me how to use it when I was 9. So yeah. And he also showed me Photoshop at the same time. So I've been basically using graphics software since I was a kid. How old am I now? 26? So that's, oh my god, I nearly said 34 years. That's just like, that's such bad maths in every way. That's 17 years. That's the good math, that's the stuff. And I've been using Blender for like, I don't know, 14 years, something like that. So I think it's funny when people are like, oh, you're so good at Blender. It's like, yeah, because I've been using it for like more time than I've not been using it. move this up a little bit. Something like that. For only a year, and you're 29. Damn, you've got some catching up to do. No, but that's fine though, isn't it? You've got to... The only thing that matters is that you're using it now. Do they? Do mice actually steal stuff? That would explain why all of these things have disappeared into their mouse house. Right, I've got to find a way of doing this like nicely at the end here. You got C++ from your dad when you were 11 or 12. A friend of mine tried to teach me Visual Basic at primary school. Excuse me, and oh no, I just couldn't do it. I think I made like a Hello World thing in Visual Basic. And I thought I was just the most amazing genius alive, because I could make it like write stuff, and I never graduated past that. I never got past just making it like print as a preset string. So funny. I think it's amazing though when people, you know, like everybody ends up just going in a circle. You find out what you're like, where you're going when you're 8 or 9, and then you're like, oh, I'm so independent, I'm going to go and do all of these different things. And then when you're in your 20s, you'll just end up doing it. You just go back to that thing. There's no escaping it. It's like you've already defined your your own prophecy by the time you're 10. All right. Curve tilt over here. Don't let your age stop you. It's so true though. There's no, you know, I have students on my courses who are like, you know, retirees who are in their 70s or 80s. And I get just the most lovely emails from them being like, oh, you know, look at this work that I've made. I'm like so glad that I found Blender or, you know, architectural visualization or whatever. Even you know, and it's like you can learn whatever age you're at. You'll find your passion wherever you are. And yeah, there's loads of older people. I'm like actually sending people emails. Like nobody does that. Like nobody at our age, nobody my age, like thinks to just send somebody an email being like, oh, thank you so much for this. I think that's, you know, that's such a, I don't want to say an older person thing, but yeah, an older person thing. It's very appreciated though. Yeah, 3D does lend itself, I think, to exploring just really like loads of ideas, because we're physical three-dimensional creatures, right? So many of the ideas that we have are very difficult to articulate in 2 dimensions or in writing. And even when we use those mediums, really what we're using them for is to represent 3D. Yeah, shows you that there's more to learn if you're wrong. So true. You've been using Blender for 2 months, doing your own animations. That's amazing that you've already got into doing your own stuff again, since like only using it for such a short amount of time. Definitely carry on with that. Keep pushing it as far as you can, because it'll really stand you in good stead. It's a really good skill set to have. Even not even like employability, from like an employability point of view, but just like in general. You know, being able to articulate yourself visually is such an amazing skill to have. 308 and 308. And there we go. Now you have tons of free time. Well, keep using that as well. I'm really bad, like whenever I make free time for myself, like I made free time for myself the other day, on the one day I didn't stream, but then I ended up recording a tutorial instead. It's quite, you'll get into a stage in your life where free time is like, you don't really have free time, and when you have free time, you don't have free time. You just make whatever you need to do. Right, where's this all going? I need a couple of custom ones to hang down. One to have, what's the word I'm looking for? The earbuds. Spinning, glowing Minecraft blocks. Some pulsating wall waveforms. And a dancing little onion with a smiley face. Oh my god, I have to see that. That's so funny. Let's grab. We're just going to use Bezier segments because these are fairly controllable. Oh, that is the wrong one. Oh, I definitely just cut something I didn't mean to. Come on. There we go. Learning in your free time is a really good use of it. You procrastinated your GCSE housework and revision by learning Blender, and it was so worth it. Absolutely. Blender, productive procrastination is how I have learned 90% of what I know. I feel like I've told, I think I've probably told this on stream or at least on Discord before, like productive procrastination is the number one thing that you should like add to your life. Because it's so easy to just end up playing video games or doing something like that. And it's like, if you just spend that time instead, not doing what you have to do because you're trying to avoid it anyway, right? That's your impulse, is to avoid responsibility, because that's like everybody's impulse. But then to do it by kicking back and like learning something instead, watching tutorials, taking a course. Yeah, I basically didn't revise for any of my exams because I was like, I'm learning Blender. I don't have to do well at school. That wasn't really my thinking. It was just like, well, I'm just doing this instead. I'm just going to use Blender for a bit instead. An FL studio? What's FL? Help me achieve my goals. Sorry if I missed that a little earlier in the chat or something. Man, the wind coming through this house at the moment is just crazy. All of the windows are squealing. Playing video games because it became a drag, yeah. So true. I love video games, kind of. I always think I love video games, and then I actually sit down and play them, and after like 10 minutes I'm like, oh god, I wish I was just making something. Fruity Loops. Oh, it's a music door. Oh, I thought you were meaning like Fruity Loops, like breakfast cereal. Like what? What time are we on now? 2 a.m. Right, okay, I'm going to finish these headphones and then I'm going to turn off. So we'll just keep going here for now. Let's grab some of these points. Need to... I don't even know where these curves... Which one's which? Let's just go with this one for now. Gonna bring all these down. Man, I wish I could like copy entire vectors rather than value by value. Never mind. Oh damn, chose the wrong one. So not this one. Oh, that's confusing. It's gonna be this one then. Or this one. Oh, cool. Nice. There we go. And this one. Okay. And it's going to come down a little bit. Do you know what? Actually, these should not be double cables at this point. These ones should be single. That's fine. We'll just use a different curve to mesh. But actually we can still go off the same, we can base it on the same ones, that's fine. Grab that and just V shift click, there we go, awesome. And this one, joining that, now we have a single cable, excellent. And we just need to make it curve. And then we need another one. No wonder my music sucks. It's good to like try out different tools, I guess. It's, yeah, just find whatever makes you excited about creating. That's what I always loved about, you know, when people are like, oh, it's not about the tools, it's about the artist. You gotta just use the tools, you know, use the tools that you've got, and if they're not good enough, buying new things isn't going to make you better. But I so contend that, because so often buying a new thing, that I always found this with buying new pens, right? Like if I got like, I remember buying this fountain pen and I was like, oh, it's so beautiful because like even the nib is black, and it made me draw so much. Or when I bought my iPad, it got me drawing so much, and that just because of like the excitement about using a new tool, you just end up, and I know this is like quite a privileged thing because obviously you need to be able to afford the things and, you know, pay for different stuff. But if it is like pens, that's maybe just like £3 to get a different pen. And if it makes you draw, even if it's only for like 2 hours or 3 hours, it's so much better than just than not doing that. I think new tools are definitely underappreciated. This way, and then this one goes back. Ooh, a little, ooh, not that much. Then I cannot get this to work right. No, that's probably fine. Move it down in the Y as well a little bit. Cool. Oh, thanks so much. I'm glad I'm glad it's getting you excited about making stuff with geometry nodes. It's such a cool system. It's so fun to work with. Yeah, there's still endless potential with any constraints. I think actually constraints are maybe the thing that I'm thinking of here. Like different tools give you different constraints, and it's fun to work to different constraints. When people seem to want briefs that are like wide open, I think this is why some of the November prompts have been, or just like November in general this year has been a little bit less. There's been less uptake, and dark German techno. So there's been like less uptake because I think they've been so open. People are actually like, rather than being like I can make anything, it's like I have no, where do I even start with this prompt? Let's move that back a little bit here. Move this one a little bit in the X. I kind of want a little bit more like rotation here. If I move this one back a little bit, but then I move the bottom out. Oops. Better not look up your sound. Go artist. What is your sound? Go artist. What's your link for that? It's oh, I'm just tweaking these sliders so much, ridiculous. And this one can come out a little bit, so it's going the other way. .01. Something like that is probably okay. I think this bottom one needs to come out a little bit further. .0. Just go with 0.02. That'll be fine. And then we can put our headphones at the end. Nice. And we can actually instance them with the correct curvature, probably. Yeah, we can. So we need a couple of things. We need curve primitive, no, curve sample curve. Got to sample each one of these. And then we can instance on our headphones, which come from up here. Let's plug in our factor into the value here, just to switch those over. There we go. Got these. Control J. This one is earbud. And then this. And this. Can go onto vertices, generate a vertex on our position. Same for this one. Instance on points. Here is our point. Here is our instance. Join this up. And needs to go to the other end. So factor up to 1. Factor up to 1. Oh, are these too low? Maybe they are, maybe they're not. Gotta see. Utility, align Euler to vector. Tangent into our vector. This into our rotation. Perfect. So now I just need to do this again. Instance. Vertex. Oops. Grab a tangent across as well for this one. Rotation into the rotation. And then this one joins up to this one. Oh, for some reason that one is upside down. Peculiar. Oh. No, that was my fault. Okay. I want to make at least one of these a different twist. Let's grab a vector math. Oh, I could use a rotate Euler. That would be fine actually for this one, just so it does it on the node. Rotate Euler. Grab this one. Axis angle, local. We are going for the y-axis, I think. Or maybe the x-axis. There we go. I need another one for the other end. I'm just going to do the double cable, so that one can be joined in separately. I do want to stick on a little. The headphones have that little like collar on them where they split into individual strands. So we're just going to grab a sample curve on one of these, which is this first one, I believe. This over here again, ETK vertex position. Align Euler to the tangent. Instance on points. Oh, we're getting a little bit cluttered. And I'm just going to stick on a tiny little hexagonal cylinder. on this one. So mesh primitive cylinder, stick this one up here and join it on. Aligning along the Z, that's our rotation. And our radius is going to be 0.005, and the depth is going to be 0.005 as well. Well, that's interesting, that's not following it at all. Oh, do you know what, I'm being dumb. Let's stick this on at the end of this one. There we go. That's more like it. It's actually a pretty good place. For the back, it's about half the radius here, 0.02, 0.002. A little bit bigger. Oh, and maybe I need to offset it sideways? What? one. A little bit of Z rotation. There we go, that'll do us. Just gives the impression that there's something there. Then we just need to grab another quadratic. Bezier segment, here we go. Let's bring this one down at the bottom. Now, things are definitely getting a little bit hectic, aren't they? My lord. Delete that one. Control J, this one is the aux jack. Yeah, there should just be definitely, once there's a better way of visualizing geometry and visualizing attributes, I think it's going to be a lot easier. So I wouldn't worry too much. I think it'll definitely get there, but just at the moment it's a little bit, I don't know, kind of early still. It still feels quite early to me. Right then. Grab the wrong end of this one. You really want to try VR sculpting? It's good. It's the only thing that I think is good about VR. It's like making content in that way is the only way that using VR headsets seems to have found a purpose already, that it's like a thing that you can do, because otherwise it's just like, oh yeah, you can game or you can work in a make-believe office. It's like, they're both terrible reasons. Which one have you tried? I think you might like Gravity Sketch, which is like a quite nice mix of surfaces and sculpting, and then there's also Medium, Adobe Medium. Is it still called Adobe Medium? Which has, that's like probably one of my favourite ones for doing it. You get dizzy with a VR headset. I do as well. That's why I like the sculpting, because you don't have to move. You know, there's no motion sickness because you just stand still and you wave your arms around. Whereas like games, and you're supposed to be like running around the place, it's like, oh no. Not for me. And as well, once you get motion sick from VR, you just got to write off the rest of your day. You might as well just go to bed at that point, because you're never going to feel right again. The low resolution messed you up, yeah. Absolutely. I find I really want to try the current generation, or like the next, like this year's generation of VR headsets, like the Lynx and the Reverb, the new Reverb, and there's the Pimax 8K, which has been around for a little while actually. Damn, you said Alex is life-changing as well? time I've heard that. I've just been like I don't know, I've not got into Alex because I think I'm like so worried about it just being like spend 30 quid to feel sick. It's like Feel Sick Simulator for a whole bunch of money. Maybe I should give it a go because you're the second person who said it to me directly, and obviously there was so much hype about it where everybody was saying it was amazing. Right, I need to join this up where here. Set curve radius. Might as well just bring this down a little bit. Alex is life changing. It's so different to reveal the game. Ah, really? Damn, maybe I should give it a go. No Man's Sky VR was fun for a bit. I agree. It was fun for the 20 minutes that I used it for. No Man's Sky, I don't get it. I really don't get it. Like I just don't know what to do there. Half-Life Alex. Damn, is it not even... I thought they might have it in the... Oh, okay. I was going to say I thought they would have it in the sale. They do. Maybe I should give it a go. I'll add it to my wish list. You haven't played Half-Life since the third one? Let's grab this handle, move this down, and out, X. I wonder if we're going to be able to do this correctly. I want it to feel... Do you know what, let's actually just position it here. Paste cursor location. I just can't believe how good this add-on is. Yeah. I feel like it's going to need some extra loving just to get it to hang right. You bought a steering wheel and pedals to do some trucking and car racing. It's fun, but not for too long. Is that with the headset? Oh, in VR, yeah. I really like, I know it's kind of lame, but like Euro Truck Simulator. It's just a really chill game. And American Truck Simulator as well. I haven't played them for a little while, actually. Right, then. I think my cable probably wants to be running past this point here. For Elite Dangerous, I really... Oops. Oh god, I just did something wrong. Oops. Why is this one not going? It's not playing nice. Move this one back a little bit now. This is when I'm thinking maybe I should just plug in some empties at this point. But I finally managed to get it to land in the right place. That's actually pretty good. Right, we can now stick on a sample curve, vertex, align either, instance on points. I've seen some amazing projects people have made with Dreams, and to think that it's made in like PlayStation VR is just nuts as well. Okay, join that one up. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's make this base one a little bit bigger. That's going to throw the whole thing, isn't it? Base radius 0.04. Maybe I'll just scale it up. translate instance. I think we want to go back in the, definitely not X, maybe the Y. Yep, 0.001, 0.0005, there we go. That base, oh my goodness, it needs to come out like the smallest amount. 0.19. That's it, we're leaving it. Alright, headphones are now hanging, except I don't like that one. But only with move sticks, oh really? Oh, I'm starting to feel a bit tired. I suppose it does normally happen about now. This one, let's come up just a little bit, 0.15, .18, something like that should be fine. Maybe it comes out a little bit, 0.01. And this one. Right, let's put some thumbtacks up here. And then we're going to wrap it up. Right, let's stick this one on. Here we've got material, set material. We've got one for the headphones. New material for the headphones. Here we go, headphones. And this one can also come down here on everything except from our curve to mesh, because that one is our actual bit of metal that we need. So headphones come down here. This can join up like this, and this one wants to be chrome. And then we need another join geometry that joins into, and then we should be good. Wow, that is a big old stack of nodes. This one is the headphones, and we'll give it color because we're starting to lose track of things at this point. There we go. All right, and I think I might end up streaming every day for the rest of the month to get this finished. I hope you don't mind having a little bit of extra kind of non-tutorial content. You're having a bit of trouble with the endpoint selection node. You're using it with an instance on points and spiral curve node, but it doesn't seem to be doing anything. Let's see if we can do that. Curve parameter, curve primitives. Ourselves a spiral. Instance on points. Let's instance a cube. And use a curve endpoint selection into our selection. What's the problem that you're having, Zed? Mine seems to be working a-okay. Have you got your setup like this though? Plugging that endpoint selection into your selection. PMSL means pissing myself laughing. Right, let's go back up here. Headphone material, this is going to be blue plastic, I guess. Might look quite nice. Yeah. Okay. I don't want it to be white like regular headphones, but this is the first time I've seen your channel. I'm liking it so far. Thank you. Let's go blue. Blue headphones. That's actually pretty good. Right, let's stick in our thumbtacks and then we'll head out. I think I actually need 4 thumbtacks, don't I? 2 ends of 2 ends. What's the best way to do this? If I grab a line with 4 points, this is not a good way of doing this, but this is the way that we're going to do it. Geometry, set position, input index, compare, equals, and I need 3 of these. We've got 1, 2, and 3 for where the index equals each of those things. We then have a utility switch, vector, and we're going to put 1 here, paste cursor location, switch, put the next one here, paste cursor location, join these up, next switch, come over here, paste cursor location, here we go, paste cursor, add another one, add the other switch, and last one in here, paste cursor location. Cool, so these are all of our points on our line now, and we can, we're going to need to do exactly the same thing to do our rotation, which is fine. Can just duplicate these. Instance on points. Here are the points. Set all of these back to 0. Oh, did not mean to do that. These back to 0, 0, and 0. This one can be rotation. Thumbtacks are up here. V, shift, drop them in. And wait, Erin, are you able to model armor and stuff like sci-fi armor? I can, but I'm that's more like hard surface stuff, so you're probably better off learning from people like Josh Gambrell, who's an amazing hard surface artist, or Rachel, who's an amazing hard surface artist. She's just actually posted this really beautiful thing on Twitter. Rachel, art from Rachel. Yeah, oh my god, her Twitter, just everything she does is actually so beautiful. She has like such a nice like aesthetic, like her header. It's just such good stuff. This is her new one. It's so nice. I love the little stickers. Those little details like that are so beautiful. You just have trouble even starting the process. It's tricky. Do you make a character first and then build up on top? You certainly could do. Yeah, just download a sculpt base mesh. You can download these. I think Grant has some that are free. There's some on, here we go, Sketchfab. So you could just literally download these base meshes and then you have something which acts basically like a mannequin. If you're interested in working procedurally, oh wow, my beautiful face, then tissue, that's not a good search. Blender, he recently did, Alessandro recently did one, here we go, multi-component tessellation. And this is all procedural, right? This is all based on like quite a simple base mesh. Let me actually just drop this one in the chat. I believe they are working on some base stuff, like default geometry node groups and default materials like shader packs, things like that. Basically like a library, right? So yeah, I think there will at some point be some like actual assets that come with Blender. Oh yeah, Royal Skies as well. Very, very cool. He's very high energy. He's kind of like shooting out all of these answers all the time. He's great though. Really, really rate his work. Right, these are our thumbtacks. And they're part of our headphones. So they join in like that. Okay. I just need to set some in here. Oh, did he? Nice. I think it'll be interesting to see how Blender kind of develops with that kind of thing. Because I know a lot of people have been asking for that sort of stuff for a long time. Alright, let me get these moved up very slightly as well. Oh, that's weirdly wrong. There we go. And these ones need to move out in the X down a little bit. Oh, that's too much. 4. Move it up a little bit. 7-1. Suzanne is the only base mesh needed. Absolutely. 0.272. And let's actually just randomize which instances. We're going to utility, random value. Stick this on here like this. Instance index, integer. Oh, join it up. There we go, nice. What's your opinion on using base meshes? Make your life as easy as possible to get to the art that you want to produce. I think it is important to know how to do everything, but I don't think it is important to do everything every time. In fact, I think it's probably important to not do everything every time. It's just like a very fast way to burn out. Point 0.65. That'll do me. All right. So we are one step closer. Ducky 3D is hype. It's a very specific type. I really like Ducky as a person, don't get me wrong, but his I don't know, his content is very quick, easy polish, and I don't always feel like there's a lot of. It's good to get like people excited about the the process is, but I don't think it always necessarily teaches people things which are going to help them in the long run. But it's good stuff though. I'm glad he's doing well. I'm glad he's able to like really, support himself on the work he does. Yeah, a little too paint by numbers. That's the thing, like, in my tutorials I try to avoid telling people what numbers to put in. And then sometimes I see tutorials and it's like, okay, in this one, you're going to add a noise node, you're going to set the scale to 4.632, and you're going to set the detail to 4.1. And it's like, why? Don't tell me the numbers, tell me why, and then I will decide what the numbers should be. Because you're not going to learn otherwise. Alright, we're getting somewhere. This, oh, that's so funny. Oh right, it's because it blocks out all the daylight, that makes sense. Oh man, my back is tweaking. Experiment with plaques. Keep the book color. Right, let me just do that real quick. I need actually a few books here. So we've got book cover blue, because these keep changing. Like every time I add a new item, it changes the ID on these and they change the randomness. Oh, thanks, Nathaniel. That's very kind of you. So we've got blue, green, red. I don't know where my books are. Are these books? Oh, they are. Awesome. Oh, this is a bit fiddly. Let's right, I just need to make 3 outputs for these real quick. So rather than these all being don't mean to do that. 3 separate outputs. Here we go. So this one is book cover blue, book cover green, and book cover red. There we go. And we need 3 of these. And these are going to join in like so. There we go, now I can actually set the colour individually. So this is book colour red. Let's just drag and drop. Going to grab book cover green. Cut that cable, drag and drop. And then we've got book cover blue as well. Cut that. That's probably actually right for the layout. Pretty happy with that. It's already 2:38, yeah. Oh my god, we are actually already after 6.5 hours. Hey, Miss L. Alright. Do I have any white plastic I can just stick on those forks? I definitely want like a white plastic somewhere. Let's add just a new white plastic. When it's all pixelated in 144p. I'm glad you're able to enjoy the true beauty of geometry nodes. White plastic, here we go. They are now white. Damn, this is all looking pretty good, pretty swish. Cool. It's coming together. Have we actually crossed anything off? we've got at least the earphones made. We haven't actually hung up any clothes with paper clips, but we have got the headphones all ready to hang up stuff onto. I might make those thumbtacks a little bit bigger because I think I was making them bigger everywhere else. Don't think I was making them 2 times bigger, but maybe 1.5. There we go. It's looking good, folks. Getting there. Alright, thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. I know this has been another fairly long one, but thanks for keeping me company. And I hope to... I'm not actually sure when I'm next going to be streaming, but I will schedule it. It's definitely going to be over the weekend. I want to try and get the ETK stuff all fixed up and sorted for tomorrow so I can release a documentation video. And then, yeah, so maybe it might be Sunday that I next stream. Yeah. Alright, awesome. Cool, well thanks folks, hope you're doing well, and I will see you in a few days.